All right. It's been a little minute since I've been able to stream, but we are gonna go live anyways. To fix this thing. Seems to be a little bit off. Whatever. Not a big deal. All right. So, for those of you who haven't had a chance to see me stream, I stream very seldom, and I am trying to get a little bit of streaming back in while we are here in paid time off territory. So finally taking some paid time off. So let's go ahead and check out the charts and prep for the day. So we have FOMC happening today, very obvious as we can see. We've got crude oil inventories, so if I was trading oil today, that might be something I want to look at around 10:30 and following that, but everyone's going to be waiting for FOMC. So typically, we are going to see some pretty poor price action up until the start here. So I'm going to take a look into this. We'll try to trade both. And then we're going to take a look at what liquidity is available, and we're going to try to trade both. And then we're going to trade up until probably around 2:30 is going to be the big bang. So let's go ahead and remove this. All right, so let's see here, trading view. I wonder if this will show executions. Okay, cool. That's good. That's what we want. I'm going to minimize this, and I'm going to make sure my rhythmic, I've got rhythmic up in the background as well. I'll be using similar trades on TradingView, and let's make sure that this is going to show. It's not going to show, is it? Okay, well, either way, we'll use this to map out stuff, and then I'm going to trade on my trading monitor here, and then we will see what happens. So we're at a new day opening gap now. Looks like we're pulling back already. Let's identify previous areas of liquidity here that we could possibly hit as sell side liquidity. So that might be what we're going for right now here. This 5-minute pullback is ridiculous. But you can kind of see here, these orange boxes are real-time hour gaps. And that's all we're going to be focusing on is FOMC. We see that we failed. Let's see if we actually barely got on top of that one there. Let's take a look. I think we barely cleared that. Yep, so we just took this high before we started a shift in market structure. Sorry, a change in state of delivery, rather. And then that, had we been here at 8:30, that would have been a really nice little catch there. Now we're at new day opening gap. And we see that we've had a shift in market structure. So we take, or a change in state of delivery, rather. So now if we take if this is as far as we went, there's going to be some form of retracement. And let's see if we can get one of our, so on a 15-minute chart, price came down to here. We took out relative equal lows here, created more relative equal lows. So I anticipate that we'll trade up a bit, maybe around, let's see how we respond at these first and foremost. So what I'm looking at, and why, I don't know why this didn't populate, But this is Tuesday, 12/16, first presentation gap. And then this one is Tuesday, 12/16, second presentation gap. Okay, so now we've jumped off of that new day opening gap, creating relatively low sell side liquidity. So this is something that I do think we're going to target at some point. I think at this point we probably are going to end up retracing a little bit. Let's see what we got here. So on the 1 minute chart, I have this 1 minute chart on the background. And we are going to, I can't really see this on all, I wish there was a way to see entries and exits on everything, but apparently not. Okay, so there's a, maybe I can, yeah, there's no way to show entries here, huh? I will try and join paper trading, and I'll try to hit buy here when I do enter a real trade. So right now I am holding off on entering. I think it could continue lower and target this relative equal low here. Seems very heavy. So if it does bounce here at the new day opening gap, then I may consider taking a small long here, but I wouldn't be surprised if it went and took out 22,299. But need to see what happens at this new day opening gap. So this is Tuesday's new day opening gap here. You can see the optimal trade entry lands right at Tuesday's second presented gap. So here, I'm thinking that we will, like, I don't want to be early in any approach, knowing that there's a single low here. It's possible that this holds at the new day opening gap. It's possible it rips through this and continues. I'm not sure what exactly will occur yet, but I do know that we right at the beginning of Asia, we traded down to this old gap here and then spiked all the way back up to take out this piece of liquidity here. So my contention is that if you see this, how far down can we go? This fair value gap on the 15-minute is something that I'm watching. If we take the overall swing, let's put this over here for now. Let's take the body low to body high here. We've retraced about 50 to 62% already. So this buy side imbalance connected with this down close candle on the 15-minute chart, I feel this is valid. This is an optimal trade entry. It would also align with confluence around here. And I think I'm looking for a long at that point in time. So I want to see this. I want to see if we're long, if we're bullish overall for the week. Now keep in mind, this week's candle, let's see if I can find it here. So looking at a weekly chart, this week's candle is already green. Now we've ridden upwards quite a bit. So I feel like now that we've traded down into an old daily. So let me see if I can show you this. So we've traded down into this daily buy-side imbalance already. So my thoughts are that we have a higher likelihood to continue our overall direction, or overall expansion direction that we're going to go anyways. So let's see what happens though. Okay, let's see. A lot of waiting on this one. So let's see what happens here. Okay. Most people aren't going to be up by now. I'll leave this thing on. Okay, so let's try and do two things here and keep my Discord. Keep Discord over here. Monitor chat. Okay, so we took out that relative equal low sell side liquidity there as expected. Let me come back to this screen. So again, I'm looking to see what happens if we travel down to that 15-minute buy side imbalance right here. I think that we can comfortably take that short here and take profit at that buy side imbalance is the target basically. Now, what it could do as well is it could completely jump up from here, but that piece of liquidity there makes a lot of sense in terms of what could it reach for. So I fully anticipate us getting down to that level. So almost there. We got close to reaching it, but looks like there's some folks that are preventing that from happening. But I do think we'll tag that, and then that can be a higher probability fair value gap. So there you go. Okay, so now that we've broken through that, now we need to see, do we close around that level? Do we continue lower to take out this low? This type of action before the open. So if I take a look at midnight, this green dotted line here. So you can kind of see this here, this green dotted line, that's midnight open. So if we are going to be bullish, then we would consider this to want to trade below here. And core question is what liquidity has been sitting there for the longest, right? So we take a look on the 15-minute chart. We have real-time hour gaps down here. We've got gaps or sell side, which has been made jagged on the way down. It's been taken, it's been taken, it's been taken. This area of liquidity up here is prime for taking. And while we could head all the way down here, which would be our new week opening gap, basically that dotted yellow line that you see down here. Kind of hard to see actually, but that dotted yellow line is where we open the week. So assuming that this week is going to continue to expand higher, if you're bullish, then you are naturally targeting these probably post FOMC, right? And you do see a couple of the first presented fair value gaps that I see highlighted here in purple. Those are potentially viable options as well. At this point, it's not, you don't want to fight the trend. It's going to go for liquidity. Like right now, it's about to hit this liquidity down here too. Right? So it just took that liquidity and has now spiked back up. So what I'm looking for is on the lower time frames, I'm looking, do we see additional liquidity here? And the thing is if I'm bullish, I don't really want to see, yes, there is a buy side imbalance here, but you don't really want to see it traded all the way down there. Now, it's FOMC, so could it trade down there? Could it trade through the midpoint of this wick? Look at how pronounced of a move this was from hitting this first presentation gap and then immediately stair-stepping all the way back up to where that move started. So at this point, I'm watching to see, do we see a shift in state of delivery? If so, I would anticipate that we end up coming back to new day opening gap, which we're actually there now. And then potentially even, since we've retraced over 60-70 optimal trade entry drill, I'd like to see in this leg, how far up do we continue higher before we attempt to create a run for potentially these relative equal lows. So this liquidity down here is important to also mark. Let me see if I can mark that. So notice I'm marking the bodies on these because these also serve as rejection blocks too. But overall, the bodies of these, this body low is lower than this body low. So even if the wicks go by, this can serve as additional draw on liquidity. You have to disregard this wick that came on the 15-minute chart because this is where I'm looking for liquidity below us that's relatively equal. And then, of course, all this up here I deem as buy-side liquidity. And that's going to be our overall buy-side liquidity, which is all-time high as well. So overall, macro, I'm still bullish overall. We're definitely due for some sort of corrections. But yeah, so probably not going to see a ton of action. I'm going to look to see if there's a play at 9:30 a.m. I don't want to fight this trend down until I see some basing or some consolidations, because right now this is a first stage distribution here. We've blown below these relative equal lows. Had a really nice movement below here. Are starting to create another 15-minute candle hovering around this area. We've taken out relative equal lows here, single short-term low here, and a short-term low here as well. So I'm looking for evidence that we are going to continue populating up higher, but it's not the right time, right? So it's only 9 o'clock. So what we do is at 9 o'clock, we look back, okay, where was 7 o'clock here? So 7 o'clock, it might be easier to see on the 5-minute chart here. So at 7 o'clock, it's right here, this line here. And we see from 7, 8, 9, liquidity has been taken to the buy side. And then we had a high, low, higher high. And then we had a failure swing. And then we drop below that, bearish order block, sell off, right? So this type of a move, if we look at our new day opening gap and we think about how, I don't know if there's a good way to draw this, but if we think about it, generally every single day candle, it opens, has some sort of manipulation. Now, in this case, over the extended trading hours, it looks like there's a draw up. But when we open up today, we're actually below the close from yesterday. So in order to illustrate this, I'm going to change my hours to real-time hours, regular trading hours. So right now, where we're at is around here. Okay, so where my mouse is. So where we closed yesterday, we're below where we closed yesterday. And there's a huge gap down here as well. So my thoughts are, we haven't closed this part of this real-time hour gap. That happens to also line up with one of our other buy-side liquidities, and we have the all-time high as well. So whichever side is taken on FOMC first, if we open up and we take out like all these lows, maybe even drawing down into this area here, if we take that first, I would look for price to hold around 22,125 and then continue higher on micro NASDAQ. So I'm watching on a different chart. I'm watching the real-time hour chart and ensuring that I'm staying aware of that real-time hour chart. And I'm staying aware of where are those gaps. How is that going to look? So I have the 5-minute chart open on a, let me see if I can share this. Use the top monitor here. So I have a real-time hour chart as well as a daily chart on this chart. So I'm looking at the daily candle, what's happening. And then I have the real-time hour chart on a 5-minute time frame to be able to peek and see where does the price end up right when we start the day, right when 9:30 a.m. opens. What direction, what kind of gap is forming? Those orange boxes help me determine where the real-time hour gap is. So that's what I'm going to be referring to from time to time. So here is where I'll be focusing a lot of my charting on the 15-minute and 5-minute. And then entries-wise, I've got 1 minute and 15 second that I'm observing. And I have rhythmic with copy traders going on. I've got copy traders set up for, I have 9 performance accounts with Apex Trader funding. So if those of you that don't know me, if I pull this up here, you're already on my YouTube, so you're already familiar with my channel here. I am a trader at Apex. This is my affiliate. You don't have to use this to click on it. Just it's easier for me to click to Apex on this one. But I use Apex Trader Funding. It is, as long as you read the rules, it is one of the best firms that you can use to really make sure that you're taking profit frequently. It's a good trainer. I've blown many accounts, but I also have a lot of accounts still left. So that's what I'll be trading today. I think they have got like a 80% off thing going on. I don't know. I think usually there's a 80% off sale now. I think that's generally what they've landed on as the most optimized one. But I wouldn't recommend buying one before you are ready. Just trade TradingView. TradingView gives you charts for free. You can use paper trading like I have here. And now we can see we're heading down towards this buy side imbalance. So we can't say that we're not. I can't say that I'm not still bullish, because if I look at the daily chart, I have to fix up my OBS so I can have my screen up on these. So over here on the left side, this is the daily chart. You see IPTA 20, 40, 60 day. If you're an ICT trader, you know what that means. If not, don't worry about it. But on the daily chart, I look at the past 3 candles here. The low of this candle and the high of this candle forms a imbalance here. And so there's a volume imbalance way, way, way down here as well. That's super far below where we are anticipating. But the thing about that particular volume imbalance down here is that's where an old new week opening gap is. So if the first move, if we have a massive sell-off here and we get there at 2 o'clock, I'll be looking for longs around that area. So yeah, don't want to choose this bottoming. Assume that this is going to continue for some time. It looks like it's not really respecting sell side liquidity here and then immediately rejecting and bouncing. So we need to wait. A lot of this is going to be waiting game, right? So we know that this week opened up around here, this new week opening gap. It's where that weekly open says here. So we're going to assume that, don't assume that it's going to bounce from here, bounce from here, bounce from here. We're going to wait to see which key levels are possible. Let me get rid of this fib here. What key levels are possible for this to bounce at? Down here. So IB, the low of this first hour of trading today, that's a potential level. The midpoint of this real-time hour gap in orange from a previous day, Monday's real-time hour gap, that's another potential level that we might watch for bouncing. And other than that, relative equal lows here, and the new week opening gap as a potential third area. So at those levels, we're not assuming that it's going to bounce. We are looking for key indication that it's going to bounce if we are bullish overall and a bullish bias overall. Could this change, and could we have reached the top and then the market's done, it's going to sell off? Yeah, absolutely. And those are the days where me, as having a bullish bias, are going to have a loss, and that's okay. I'll take profit so I don't take that big of a loss either. So that's something to keep in mind, is that even on days where I'm looking for longs, but the day itself is macro short, you can still come out with a win. You just need to make sure you're taking profits every 10, 20, 30 handles, taking profits when you can. Okay. I wish I could copy trade. I'll have to look to see if there's a way to copy trade from trading view over to this, because I'm using AMP futures, AMP global trading to trade futures, and very low leverage right now on FOMC. I won't use full leverage until after FOMC happens at 2 to 2:30. That's really going to be the key, is, if you don't want to watch the first part of this stream, then you can just come back at a little bit before 2 o'clock and go from there. That's going to be where the big moves happen, and I'll be looking to identify what sort of liquidity is resting out there for us to take, and then target all of these liquidities up here. Everything up here. And so if I look at the bodies of these, let's move this here. So what was the close on this? Up above, you see close being 22380.50. Looks like this just peaked above it, 22380.75. So it just went above, took that liquidity, and then is trading lower for now. So I'm watching this buy side imbalance at 9:30 a.m. opening. I want to see, do we continue lower and target this relative equal low here? So I'll be watching to see, do we target this buy side imbalance? Okay. Do we target this relative equal low? Okay. Do we target this? And I'm going to keep all of these sell side liquidities on my chart so that I can see them on my lower time frame charts as well. Sell side liquidity, tail low. And then I'm not going to mark each and every single one of these on the 15-minute chart. But I do like also marking the midpoint of this old Monday real-time hour gap. So I'm going to mark that as a 50% of Monday 12/16 real-time hour gap. So you want to write these on your chart so that you know where are your sell side liquidity areas, right? You need to be able to see them very obviously on your lower time frames, so that when you're zoomed in on a lower time frame and eventually you get down to those levels, you remember, what was that? Relative equal low sell side? Okay, great. Well, what was that? Monday 12/16 presentation gap and relative equal low sell side liquidity as well. Where's the other one? Sell side tail low. That's what I was looking for. Sorry. So you need to be able to see those on your charts. So definitely try to mark them. You can erase them each day, but you need to mark them for the day's trading session that you have. All right, so for now, let's wait for 9:30 a.m. open and look for a play. We'll be using relatively low leverage. All leverage is increased by about 25% on brokerages, so you can really only trade a couple of micros if you only have a few thousand in your account. So right now I've loaded an account with about 3K, nothing big. Want to make sure that I can actually trade this. All right, so we reached down into that buy side imbalance. I'm not seeing evidence yet of a reversal, but for 9:30, I want to see, do we hold this imbalance here? Where's my mouse? Okay, here it is. The heck? Ah, it's over there. Okay. All right, so we're seeing a little bit of a bounce here. On the 1 minute chart, I'm looking at this chart. I'm seeing if we have true movement higher. Because keep in mind, at 9:30 a.m., this orange box that we see here, it's not really big enough. There's 298. This goes down to 285. So it's less than 10 points, effectively. So there may be no real-time hour gap today's open. Now, what does that mean? That means I'm naturally going to be looking at these as relative equal highs. Put this buy side liquidity. And we've got all-time, I should label this all-time high. Buy side liquidity. And then we also want to mark prior day's high right here, because that is an important key level. Prior day high, buy side liquidity, relative equal high, buy side liquidity. So lots of confluences there. So that for sure is going to be a target, with the all-time high being a future like end of the day target. So I did see us continue upwards here, so I may consider taking a little long here. And I need to know what my targets are before I take this long, though. So we rejected. So notice that we drove back up to, so you can't see it as much on the 5-minute chart, but we drove back up to that new day opening gap and instantly rejected from there. So that I think is very interesting. Oh, you can kind of see it on the 5-minute chart too. Let me widen this up a little bit for you. So you can kind of see that up here on this wick. We immediately rejected off of that. So I'm not inclined to long just yet. I'd rather see some more evidence of that before I consider a long. I don't want to be longing before 9:30 a.m. I want to see what this first range ends up doing for us. Because it's possible that this turns into a long here, but I would need to confirm that it doesn't want to run for this relative equal low yet. Now, if I do see it go up first, I'm going to be looking for shorts, because what do we have here? We've got a high, low, and I see two fair value gaps here, right? Above equilibrium, we've got a fair value gap that is also aligned with a second presentation gap from Tuesday, and it's an old real-time hour gap as well. So we have those confluences here that all align. So if I were going to look for a sell side imbalance to target, it would be this one. I know it's a lot on the chart, so I'm going to get rid of this Fibonacci sequence here. Now, that's if we go higher first. If we open and we start trading higher. If we open and start trading lower, then we're watching at every single one of these relative equal lows, at every single sell side liquidity or possible sell side draw. Do we see us seeing a change in state of delivery or not? all the way down to potentially even down here. But I would be hesitant. I would want to see, actually what I'll do as well, just so that I can have the visual here for you, is I'm going to mark the 25% levels as well. See if I can copy this. This will be the 25% level. Then let me copy that. So basically what we're doing is we're going to be swing grading this real-time hour gap and seeing, there's a capital A there, seeing if it wants to trade all the way down there. And we know that this gap begins right here. So that could be a target as well, being right below this here. So we can mark that too. Okay, so we see a little bit of movement here before the open. It's like about a 10-point move here. Buy side imbalance is holding. The one we mentioned earlier. So far, at least. Where can we go up to? Probably a new day opening gap here is a potential. If we open up here, there's going to be a gap below us, or sorry, above us. If we open up a little bit higher, we're running the possibility of opening up with a no gap from where we closed last night to where we open up today. And so this is where you could probably scalp to new day opening gap potentially, or actually 300, 5 points there. I think that's very feasible. But again, I'm not taking any trades before 9:30 in the morning. I want to see how this plays out. So again, if we're short for the first part of the morning, if we're looking for shorts, we expect price to head higher first. If it is very bearish, this is the other consideration. If it's very bearish, it may not even go below this sell side imbalance up here, right? So 2 sell side imbalances on the 15-minute chart. If it's very bearish, it may not come all the way back up to this sell side imbalance. So we need to watch. Does it creep back up to this sell side imbalance and barely take, a new day opening gap and maybe reject around 22,310, maybe 22,312. That's closer to the midpoint there, and there's a bearish order block there. That could be a possibility because there's also a mitigation block over to the left here. So high, low, higher, high, displacement lower. This would be a bearish breaker here. And what would we target? We would target these relative equal lows. We would target this first presented fair value gap, midpoint of this tail. And we would target the low of this first presented fair value gap, as well as this confluence with this low here. And then below that, areas to target would be then each of these quadrants here. So initially, even though I'm macro long, I'm leaning towards shorts in general, to clear out any early longs is the goal. If that's the idea around this, okay? Alex, hey, dude. Sorry, I missed the chat. How are you doing, man? How's your trading been? Have you been able to trade much? Like, I sure as hell have not. Hopefully you've been doing okay, man. Yeah, let me know, Alex. Let me know how you've been up to, man. Are you still trading, like, Trading View or sorry, Apex as well? Are you testing out some other firms like Top Step or whatever? Let me move this screen a little closer to me so I can read. I have a different laptop open with the YouTube on it. I've been updating my my screens lately, so I just upgraded to 34-inch ultra wides, and it's really nice to see the candles here. I wish I could turn this around and show you, but I'll try and take a picture and go from there. Trading is going well. Only trading Top Step now. Awesome, dude. I've heard good things about Top Step. My friends are really enjoying trading Top Step. Some of the live people I've heard had issues, but nothing crazy though. It's a good firm. I mean, I'll definitely try and check them out when I have more time. If I'm trading like live, I'll definitely check them out. But that's good. I'm glad to hear that. Today's going to be a little bit wonky. Generally, we don't want to be trading before FOMC, but I think there's definitely still some plays that could be made. Maybe see. I'll try and take like maybe 1 or 2 micros positions on the live account. I wish the only thing I don't like is they can't copy trade the visual. It won't allow me to show the visual on globally. So I can show drawings globally, but I can't show actual trades globally, which kind of sucks. So I'll have to show them after the fact. I'll speak through them as best I can. I've already marked what I anticipate. So looks like we're 3 minutes out. It looks like we're going to open up with a gap above us. Not a very large gap. You can see on the 5-minute chart on the right here. 281, 298. So about 20-point gap. Very small gap here. We have not traded up to this 5-minute bearish down or up close candle. We've not traded up to this sell side imbalance on the 15-minute chart. We've not traded up to this sell side imbalance either. We've ripped through all that. So I would anticipate if we are to head lower first, optimal trade entry would make sense. If we are aiming to head higher overall, as I expect the market to be going in general, then I would anticipate that we would like to see a sell-off before 2, or like maybe at 2 o'clock, we would like to see a sell-off, take out any additional sell-side liquidity, and then start to creep up the rest of the day. Alex O says, only been ultra scalping 5 or 10 points on NASDAQ. I'm traveling for work this week in Nashville, so I'm not trading. Yeah, I get spanked whenever I try and trade like mobile during a work day, you know. If I'm there to focus, I'm able to trade. If not, doesn't work. So exactly like what Alex O is saying is you can't like trade when you're at work. It's hard. It's very hard, and you run out your positions very quickly. Okay, so I'm watching these relative equal lows here. Watching to see how do we respond when we take those, if we take those down. It was a nice little bounce at this buy side imbalance, but it's not enough to be convincing. We see that we've been selling off. We hit the midpoint of this wick, and then we sold off. So maybe we target the midpoint of that wick again, and then sell off from there. Let's see. Let's see, find what liquidity gets taken first and then target the opposite liquidity is generally what I'm trying to do nowadays. Now with this big of a move, I am definitely thinking that short in the beginning is more, I'm leaning more towards short, but let's see. We've got a countdown, 30 seconds till open. So I'm going to watch the 1 minute and the 15 second on a different chart. And then I'll see if there's an entry after we take one of these key levels here. So this one we already took. So I want to see how do we respond here now. Okay, so we're at open. So we traded a little bit lower first. We're trading higher. Okay. So real-time hour gap was above us. It's traded to 50% of that gap already. And it's about to trade a little bit higher. Okay, so we're past that buy side, that old buy side imbalance now on the 15-minute chart. So again, we're looking, watch for this first sell side imbalance here and this 5-minute candle to see if it supports. So try and zoom in on this portion a little bit. All right, so we created a little green candle that sold off there. Maybe that was a Judas swing, but we're in a little 15-second gap. Okay, we're continuing to sell off there. Okay. So back down into that buy side imbalance. And I like the target of those relative equal lows down there. So it took a quick little scalp short. And I want it to take that relative equal low down. Come on, one more push. One more push. It'll be a robbery if it jumps up from here, but I want to take that relative equal low out there now. There we go. Come on, one more. There we go. Okay. So quick little scalp there. I don't know if I can show. I'll have to pull over a different chart to show executions, won't I? Okay, so let me pull over the 1 minute chart here, show you what I was looking at there. So remember that relative equal low on the 15-minute chart that we mentioned earlier. You can see that on the left side of the chart. This is a 1 minute and a 15-second chart here. So I noticed, and let me also put executions here. So you can kind of see where at market entered a little bit low. Not exactly, it's just pure scalping, knowing that it was going to aim for this relative equal low here as a target, right? So I scalped just two contracts there, made $60, knowing that that's likely a draw on liquidity. So did I get in at the most optimal time? No. The most optimal time would have been after it took this relative equal high here. And this isn't even a good relative equal high to take, but once it cleared and immediately rebalanced the opening range, that's when the right time would have been to enter a short. So this was a little bit risky, but I knew I was only scalping for, what is this, 64, 54, 47. So, maybe like 15, 13, some points there. Or I guess almost closer to 20 points, I guess, but I think it's 17 points there. So in, out, very quick in the morning of FOMC. I don't want to linger on these trades. Nothing until FOMC is likely to hold much water. So I don't want to hold in it either. So how do I pull this back? Oh, why won't this thing let me pull my chart back? Oh, it's up here. That's why. I'm an idiot. Okay. So we saw a retrace there. Now it's going to continue aiming for what next? This first presentation gap. So 2227. We should aim for that next. Then the midpoint. Then this low here. Now notice. Let me try and swing grade this before it gets there. Swing grade, extend lines to the right. Okay, so notice that this is the 50% mark. This 50% mark is the midpoint of this wick, which we can treat as a gap. So we anticipate a little bit further. It happens to also be at the top of this first presented gap as well. So let me get rid of that. It's a little messy there, I know. But just as a FYI, that top of that first presentation gap, I expected a little bit of reaction because it was in confluence with that first presentation gap. Now, I want to see us go up to 22240 if possible. Otherwise, it's just going to keep on digging down. So this is Monday's first presentation gap. It seems to still be holding quite well. I need to see what happens at the wick low there. I don't want to necessarily be taking another short here, having gone this low. Can it go further? Yes, absolutely. But could it reverse here as well? Yes, absolutely. So, with the concept that does it maybe leave, if it doesn't take this low, maybe it leaves some further relative equal lows here and jacks up the price to take out some late shorts. What time is it? 9:36. Okay. So we need to see, does it hold? I'm looking at a 1 minute chart to see, does it hold on this, in the middle of this first presented fair value gap or not? If so, then great, but if not. Okay, so we, on the 5 minute chart, we have about 3 minutes left on that candle. We want to see, does this continue to trade up to this previous? So do we trade up to this previous second presented fair value gap here? Or do we kind of just continue to sell off here? So if it starts to base, that's when we need to be careful, because it could be a part of a larger accumulation point. Now, keep in mind, this previous high up here, I almost want to mark this as a potential mitigation area. So I'm going to mark that as a, let's mark that as a prior week high, possible mitigation block. So we'll keep that on our charts as well. Okay, so we have a little bit of a base here. Do we trade above? I'm going to get rid of these executions here so I can see more of my chart. Alex O, good seeing you online again. Got to head out to a meeting. Happy holidays and wishing you a new year filled with amazing possibilities. Thank you, Alex. Happy holidays to you and your family as well, man. It's good to see you, and hope to see you online again soon, okay? Catch up soon, buddy. All right, so no major evidence of pure longs yet. We have key levels that we still have yet to take. So we're watching here. I want to see what forms at around 9:50 to 10 o'clock, 10:10. See if there's anything that allows us to continue lower. So we've already cleared the real-time hour gap. There's no more need to think of that as a threat. So I think we're still going to eventually head lower. I want to see how this forms up here. Does it reject at this level here? Or are we actually continuing higher? So it would have to go above 22265 for me to feel comfortable that it has actually broken past both of those first presented fair value gaps from Monday and this buy side imbalance as well. You can see on the 15-minute chart that happens to be a down close candle here. But after having taken these relative equal lows out already, so notice how we looked at that. Like, so notice how we traveled just below the midpoint of this first presented fair value gap and then started trading higher. So all of these late shorts are getting squeezed now. Where to? Well, we need to see 4 minutes left on this candle. Do we completely trade back all the way up here? So is this initial down movement a Judas swing? So I think now I'm eyeballing a retracement back to the second presented fair value gap high, seeing if we can get above that 15-minute, or sorry, the 1 minute, if we can get above a 1 minute short-term high, I may be inclined to take a long just up to that bearish order block if that's the case. Now, it's selling off from a 5-minute sell-side imbalance. It's using this as an inversion fair value gap. So it doesn't look like it's going to be strong enough yet. I need to see if it holds this. If it doesn't, then we're straight back to shorts. If we don't hold above that second presented fair value gap, then we're going to end up going further south. So let's see if it holds here. It did not create an immediate low. So I'm thinking that it still has the possibility of going higher a bit. Maybe up to the 22265 mark is where I'm kind of like aiming right now. So let's see if this works here. Want to see it really go quickly up into that 22265 area and take out those relative equal highs that have been sitting there. So one more big push up into that area is what we're looking for a quick scalp. 22265 would serve as a really nice relative equal high to take out, and it's just below. Perfect. All right, so we got that scalp in. Let me make sure there's no open positions. Sometimes NinjaTrader does that. So, okay, cool. So I took another position, this time on my Rhythmic account. So let me see if I can show that. So that long that we outlined just now was one that we were outlining. So here on Rhythmic, and this is the one where I'm copy trading, a lot of my accounts on, right? So we entered here at this buy side imbalance after we expecting that it's going to reach above here, right? So what I was looking at in order for us to aim for that is I was watching the hold of that second presented fair value gap on the 15-second chart. So because that held, because I saw a microstructure here, I anticipated we could at least aim for this here, and then I could take my chunk out of the market there. So what is that? It's about 22244, about 20 handles there. So really nice pull, and that allows me to copy trade so that we got 235 times 5 plus 39. So yeah, about like 1,300 within the span of what, 1 minute candle there. So it's pretty good haul. Pretty good haul for that little bit of a scalp there. So watching confluences on lower time frames as we anticipate potential areas of liquidity to be addressed. So right now we're bouncing off of that high, or of the second presented fair value gap high here on the lower time frames. So I anticipate that we should see a little bit more. Let's see how we react here at this 5-minute bearish order block here. If we start to retrace higher, that's even better, because that leaves a lot of liquidity, a lot of room for us to be able to continue higher up into these sell side imbalances. Remember, we did not reach this sell side imbalance. And on the 1 minute chart, we've already broken a short-term high, 2 short-term highs. So depending on, and we have a new first presented fair value gap now. On the 1 minute chart, after 9:30 open, I'm going to mark this now. Let's see if I can mark this here. Make sure that's the correct coloring. And let me mark this out as Wednesday's 12:18 first presented gap. Okay, so now you see this purple square here. that's now your first presented fair value gap on Wednesday. So what we want to do is we want to see how does price trade above it or below it, and does it treat that first presented fair value gap as something of interest. Now I want to also mark, importantly, so the second presented fair value gap too. So this is that was the first one. This is the second. Actually Wednesday 12/18, second presented fair value gap. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to now, we can keep this blue one here as a reference, but you can kind of see how we have this first presented fair value gap, and then we have this second one down here, Wednesday's second presented fair value gap. So I will almost always refer to the first presented fair value gap over anything else. Typically, you might have things retraced to the second presented fair value gap as well, but yeah. So now we've traded below that first presented fair value gap again. And we've rejected a bit from that 5-minute sell side, this order block or down close candle in a discount. Now keep that in mind. This is a down close candle in a discount. So if this bases and starts to reach above these short-term highs, we might have movement up into these sell side liquidity areas that we outlined earlier. Okay. Okay. Let me see if there's any other questions. Where's my YouTube? Not really. Okay. All right, so we're right in the middle of this first presented fair value gap now, so we need to wait. We're almost at 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock, typically 9:50 to 10:10. We're gonna run a macro. And it's gonna either run for this sell side liquidity. Let me show you on the lower time frames here. So this is what I'm looking at. I'm seeing these kind of relative equal lows. This one already took it though. We have these relative equal highs up here at 10:10 or 9:50. We've based here. We've proven our inability to hold at this bearish order block so far. So it's possible that we will continue further lower into our targets from earlier. So remember, some of our core targets from earlier involve the real-time hour gaps from before, right? And what's kind of key is that we're also targeting this relative equal low down here. So if we cannot pass above the first presented fair value gap, I wouldn't be surprised if we traded lower and continued trading lower for the morning. It's usually fairly strong indication here. Now, given that it's FOMC, we may travel back up to new day opening gap, which is up. If I can get my mouse up here. So the new day opening gap, these relative equal highs right here, I think that's a viable buy side target. But depends on, you can kind of see how we've closed below the midpoint of this, the mean threshold of this bearish order block. So I'm more likely to say we're inclined to trade lower. But let's see if we can find another trade here. We're only using 2 micros on the live account, and we're using a copy traded combination of information and data on the other accounts. So let's see if we get a 1050, 950 to 1010 macro. We've already taken the bearish order block high there, so I'm wondering which direction it wants to go from here. We're basing within this first presented fair value gap, and I'll keep having to bring this up here so that I can, I guess I could just move over to the 1 minute chart technically. So this is what it looks like on the 1 minute chart. We're starting to fail here. You can see it on the 5 minute chart. So I'm more inclined to aim for lower here, especially now that we've broken past that first presented fair value gap and have not been able to hold too much above it. But let's see. So on the 1 minute chart, again, nothing much. I guess I should just move the other screen. So I'll leave a 15 minute up there. Maybe I can move the 1 minute on the right side. So 5 minute chart here, 15 minute on the left. We've seen that the 15 minute chart's midpoint, we bounced straight from that midpoint up. That was the middle of the Monday's first presented fair value gap over here. And we blew through prior day's low as well. So here's midnight open. Here's 8:30 a.m. open. These green lines that you see here. So we're well below the green lines today. So right at this point, because there's so many first presented fair value gaps in this area, it's going to spend some time ping-ponging between these important gaps here. Even though we rejected from here, which could have been a scalp, we're going to probably base around these areas. It doesn't look like it wants to go back to Monday's first presented fair value gap because all of these late shorts are probably, squeezing right now. If it's very bearish in the first half of the day, then that's perfectly valid for us to consider that. Okay, so now we're seeing additional movement back into that first presented fair value gap. So you can kind of see that here. 1 minute chart on the left, 15-second chart on the right. So what looks like we're starting to bolster up back into and out of. So I want to see, do we make it out of this first presented fair value gap? That's the key. Do we close above it, come down, tap it, and then aim for this sell side imbalance next? That's what I'll be looking for a next scalp. Okay. So that's old relative sell side liquidity. So we're seeing that. Let's see if we get a tap of the first presented fair value gap here. Maybe it's just going to keep on rolling, I guess. But that was a nice little base there. So you can kind of see it was perfectly at the spot where we wanted to take profit. And it came back up to that old buy side imbalance. Let's see if we sell off a bit into... Because what it can do here is it can also accumulate, right? It can accumulate. We've got wicks all over the place. I'm looking at ES as well. ES looks like you can trade up to maybe 600, 132. Another 4 points or 3 points-ish. Not much. And looks like this one isn't going to give much either. 304. Gonna see if it rejects from this SIBI or not. typically the path of maximum pain, which would mean anyone who shorted the New York Open is generally going to be in pain right now because they are now getting squeezed. So I'm more inclined to buy and have a take profit at new day opening gap. So let's see if this scalp works or if it's going to go back down to take out. But I like going back to new day opening gap. I think it's reasonable for them to take that liquidity out, especially since in the morning they started and they opened with having that liquidity there. So we should see a big push up above here if we're going to run for that liquidity next. I think we can head down to first presented fair value gap potentially as well. Does look like they're defending this buy side imbalance quite well. This old buy side imbalance here. I would expect us to go all the way up and tackle those relative equal highs at new day opening gap though. So I should expect we should expect price to come up and take out these relative equal highs next. We might come all the way back down to this area, and that might be okay. But I'll be watching that to add to potentially. And I'll set a buy limit at the first presented fair value gap high too. I think that's a reasonable return area. But I do think that those relative equal highs will get taken out, despite potentially returning back to the first presented fair value gap. So notice we just bounced off of the relative, that old level here. So it's kind of like using that as it's trying to use that as a springboard currently. So let's see if we get our fill, if it can come back down to the first presented fair value gap that it moved out of, and then go up and take out those relative equal highs up there. I hope it can, because that would have been the more better entry, of course. But those relative equal highs have just been sitting there since open, so I would anticipate that anyone who's short right now is probably not feeling comfortable. Whoever's been, for example, whoever's been shorting since this period here. So this is 9:30 a.m. in the open. They created liquidity up here. So I anticipate that we should end up charging through that, as there is a sell side imbalance here as well. So I think that there's going to be maybe one more. It'd be nice if I got my buy limit there back down at the first presented fair value gap, but there's a likelihood that's just going to run these relative equal highs here, because that's liquidity that's been sitting there since the morning, right? So I fully anticipate we will end up taking that out, despite it kind of just holding itself in this pattern right here. So taking this liquidity and charging for one of these sell side imbalances would be the perfect idea for us to take that and then sell off from there if possible. So, oh, maybe I will get my opportunity. Let me try adding this limit order again. I'll see if it can tag that first presented fair value gap high. It's not going to let me do it, is it? All right, so I think it's not going to give me my limit order. So it might just end up going for that 15-minute. Remember that red box there? That's a 15-minute buy side imbalance. Okay, so that in confluence with previous areas where people have sold off, I believe, especially the one where they sold off at open, I believe that price should be able to knock the seats out of those people. Now we are seeing a bit of resistance here. People who are selling here, they're trying to push price back down, but I anticipate that that's not going to work. Just a matter of time. And if it does fail, then that's fine. I'll pick up one more and set my stop loss at the bottom of that first presented fair value gap, or the midpoint of it potentially, because there are 1 minute fair value gaps that we're operating in right this moment. Okay, so it doesn't look like it's gonna give me this option here. I haven't moved the targets here, but it doesn't look like it's gonna give me my limit order down here. So notice how on the 1 minute chart here, notice how we've been staying within this range here. You can kind of see how we've constantly been operating above here. So I'm hoping if we can drop down below the midpoint here, pick up these orders, and then come back up. That's what I'm really hoping for, but I'm not convinced it's going to give me that option. Maybe now. It's definitely going to take those lows there. Oh, will it give it to me? Come on, give me one more. Oh. Give me one more. Okay, good. So give me that entry now. I don't want to see it go too much lower here. I want to see it immediately react at that first presentation gap, especially at that 5 minute bullish order block there. I want to see it hold and continue higher from here if possible. Now it is 10 o'clock, so I am anticipating that I want that to react at that 5. So you can see on the right that 5 minute. I want this to continue to react here. And it has to kind of like blow through exactly that type of reaction is what I was looking for there. So I entered limit entry on that first presented fair value gap would have been far greater of an entry. But at this point in time, you know, no big deal. We're likely going to see some back and forth here. And then I do still think that those shorts from earlier are going to end up getting taken out. So let's see. Nice 5 minute reaction off of this bullish order block here. And 950 to 1010. So movement up into this 15-minute sell side imbalance would make sense if we're going to head lower. Even if we're going to head higher, I mean, that makes sense. This liquidity's been here. The confluence of liquidity is still sitting there. So I anticipate we'll end up taking that out and should see a nice little rush. So basically we're getting all of these people who went short here. Now their stop loss is sitting up here, should be unseated shortly. So let's add one more big push up. We should see a spike up through that stuff now. And into this 10 o'clock silver bullet to potentially sell off. So that's what I'm hoping for here. Let's hope we get what we want. So people are really trying to suppress it here, but at this point, they're pretty much not safe. Yeah, this is shouldn't feel safe. All right, so we just grabbed a nice little 3 micro Hyundai. So not bad there. So overall about 170, 150 probably after commissions, $150-ish today from just a few micros at a time. And then on the performance accounts, you know, we're still sitting on that nice little hefty profit there. And let's see. Man, this is so much fun. I love reading price action. This is like Michael Huddleston and ICT has taught me a lot. So it's definitely been eye-opening, and it's great to have focus on these. So let's see what happened with some of our other. I need to sign out of this here. Let's see, brokers list. Let's go to paper trading. Oops, I got signed out of my broker. Give me a second here. Okay, cool. So 3 micros at a time, not bad. 2 micros at a time, 3 micros at a time, still can make a couple hundred a day. All right, so now that we've reached this first 15-minute buy side imbalance, given that we've created a nice little range here, so technically our dealing range still is this overall area. So we've reached the 50% mark of that range on the way down, but we're retracing back to, oops. Retracing back. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Where did my fib go? So you can kind of see how, like, on this fib, we've already reached the midpoint of the swing range. So hereabouts is roughly where we would anticipate. If we are very bearish, here's around where we might look for evidence of shorts, like PD arrays failing. Swift. So we just took out a really key relative equal high, right? So we want to see, do we start to see evidence of short continue for our morning movement here? If we do, then we may be able to seek evidence that, hey, this is either going to continue grinding up or we're going to see a short from the 50% level since we've traded through to fair value. Since we're back on equilibrium right now. So you can kind of see that from this fib high to this fib low. We see that we're past equilibrium and we've traded up into a buy side imbalance. And if I actually do one more thing here, let me give the... So we've traded up into optimal trade entry area too. So, well, we have a few confluences at these levels. We have the sell side imbalance here. We have a previous mitigation block down here. We've got the new day opening gap that we traded back up to. And we have above the optimal trade entry. And we've taken out relative equal highs. So all those confluences makes me think that we're going to go short now. And aim for what? Those lows down here that we weren't able to take out earlier. That's what I think. That's what I would like to happen, but maybe it creeps up a little bit more into optimal trade entry. If we're aiming to take out these highs here, I would anticipate that's what FOMC is going to be used for. So I would anticipate us taking out some more sell side liquidity first. Cool. So it looks like it's holding here. Hey, Robert Matthews. Or Mathers, hey, man. Yeah, long time no see. It's been a while. I haven't really been able to trade much, honestly. How have you been, man? How's your trading coming along? Like, are you trading with Apex? Are you trading with Top Step or on your own funds again? I think you were trading with your own funds, right? Trading on your personal account. Let me know how's your trading been, man. What have you been up to? How's life been? Hopefully you and your family have a fantastic holiday season and have a wonderful, wonderful, happy holidays. It's good to see you, man. Um, okay, so we're seeing, and let me pull up my 1 minute chart here. So on the lower time frames, we're still seeing it hold. So this 1 minute buy side imbalance down here, we're still seeing that hold pretty well. I'm going to remove it for now just because there's a lot of boxes here. And then I'm going to also look at how well that it held the 15-minute buy side imbalance, though. Like, that's really nice. Yes, it held, outside, like it colored outside of these lines by a lot, but that's kind of expected with FOMC. But the 15-minute, and look at how it's respecting the first presented fair value gaps from before. We have the first presented fair value gaps from today that it respected as well. So let me bring up the 1 minute so you can see that a little bit better. So on the 1 minute chart, at 9:30 in the morning, where my mouse is, we have our first presented fair value gap here in purple. And then you also have the second presented fair value gap here. From there to this high. So notice how price stair-stepped off the second into the first, back into the midpoint of the second, straight through the first, retraced back to the first because there's a fair value gap here, left this open as a breakaway gap, and then continued to take out this morning's relative equal high resting liquidity here. Now it's at the new day opening gap, kind of trying to make up its mind, which also happens to be, let me move this away, also happens to be a sell side imbalance here on the 15-minute chart, right? And that's a 50% level. We're above 50%, so we're in optimal trade entry. Robert Mathers trading on AMP. Things have been pretty good there. It respected the first FVG of the week. Yes, it did. I suspect that it will be the low of the day and we reach for all-time highs by end of the week. That's a narrative. Yeah, I agree, Robert. I'm with you there, too. My macros there. Oh, drive trades. Oh, yo, Ventus in the house. Yo, what the heck? Oh, you guys posted it there. Ventus is a group of traders that is really phenomenal people there. So thank you for joining, everyone. I appreciate you guys hopping in. It's good to see you. So we had a couple of really good trades earlier today. But yeah, I agree with you, Robert. I think that these relative equal highs, I think that what's going to happen, Robert, though, is all of this liquidity sitting up here, this all-time high and previous day's high. I think that we're going to wait for the second part of FOMC to take these out. I think that we're going to probably, let's see, it's 10 o'clock now. I would like to see us sell off from here. I'd like for us to take this range here and just drop from here. But it's stair-stepping up on the 5-minute chart. It's respecting these down close candles here. We're above 50%, so we're in a premium at this point. So I would be personally looking for shorts, but I don't want to take anything at this point because there is a higher fair value gap, sell side imbalance up here too. So that's what I'm thinking right now. We don't, there's not really much happening here. So at 10 o'clock, 4 hours before FOMC. So it might just creep up for the rest of the morning. I don't know. I like that it took out this relative equal high though. So all of the morning shorts are unseated at this point in time. Now the question is will people start to try to FOMO in longs? So what I'm really, really looking at right now, here's what I'm looking for. So now that we're in this 15-minute sell side imbalance, I kind of see this as a 1, 2, 3 little Indians run, and I want to see if we get some kind of a breaker format. Because if not, it's going to reach for 22,320 next, clear that, and I think that is the next buy side that we can reach for, still within that sell side imbalance, but still within this area. So we're just kind of just waiting for now. Robert says, I found the first fair value gap of the week to be extremely strong level. If we respected that, there's no reason for price to dip below that for another sweep. Okay. Yeah, the first fair value gap of the day is really, of the week. Okay, of the week. That's different. So yeah, I agree. Monday's first presented fair value gap, which is way back here on Monday, it sweeped into that and bounced. So yeah, I would agree. If it doesn't go below that, that'd be great. But again, this is FOMC, so I see that as potential relative equal low liquidity just sitting here waiting. So before the larger move, I would prefer that to get taken out if possible, because there's also this giant real-time hour gap. So let me take you over to real-time hours or regular trading hours chart. So this gap down here, it's a huge gap that is resting just below that relative equal low. So I would like for us to take that out first during FOMC and then trade higher and take out the all-time highs. That's like what I would prefer, just to make it cleaner. But I don't always get what I prefer, right? So let's see what we end up getting. But I like the first presented fair value gap. Robert, have you tried to check out? So something I noticed that was really, really powerful too, and I've incorporated it into my trading even today or earlier in the stream. Have you noticed and tried to also, and let me go back to Monday. So have you noticed and tried to go back to, this is a 1-minute chart that we have here. Have you tried checking out the second and listing the second presented fair value gap? Because I was perplexed at how well price trades back to it. So take a look at this. So this is on Monday, right? This is a 1-minute chart. So keep in mind, I'm going to keep this Monday's first and second presented fair value gap. So as we go past Monday, we're into Tuesday. If we take a look at how price reacts at these levels, like look at that. The second presented fair value gap back on Tuesday at 10 o'clock, that's where we traded down to and then started to run back for relative equal highs. And then later, of course, later on, we end up trading back to it again. And then, of course, I tried to take profit right there, and I got stopped out back up here. And then it opens and goes back down to the first presented fair value gap. That was a kind of shitty move, but excuse my language, but that was a kind of crazy move. But you should check that out, Robert. Like that second presented fair value gap, I know ICT hasn't mentioned it yet, but I was very surprised during my back testing to see how many times those got referred to throughout the week as well. So check it out. I've already seen it enough on back testing to know that it's important. But you should definitely check that out. There's some really good stuff there. And I don't think ICT's mentioned that. It seems obvious now to like, hey, if you're looking at a first presented fair value gap, there's a second one probably as well. Oh, you can't see the 1-minute chart. Okay, sorry. Let me see if I can blow this up a little bit. Let's blow this up. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry. Let me blow this up to the 1-minute chart here. And let me make this larger. Okay. Hopefully that's a little bit larger. But yeah, it's really interesting seeing how price reacts at those levels there. So at that Monday's second presented fair value gap, it's insane how we traveled back to the first, back to the second. So yeah, even in recent days, in today's price action, we've traveled back to that Monday second presented fair value gap, and then the first one as a lower target. I agree, the first presented fair value gap's usually the strongest there, but definitely would recommend having the second one there as another confluence, because then how I use that is I kind of treat it as if it goes through one, goes down to the other, comes back to the first one, then I treat that as an indication that, hey, it's likely that if we trade above it, it's going to treat it like a balanced price range, bounce, and then head from there. Very surprised by that, though. It was a really interesting discovery while I was backtesting. I haven't emailed him about it yet, so hopefully I'll shoot him an email and see if there's anything there that but we'll see if he responds. He's hopped into these live streams sometime too. Man, I can't believe there's still Ventus people here. Hold up, let me see. Yeah, there's still some people chilling. Thank you for supporting. I really like these guys are so cool. So yeah, I mean, at this point, it looks like it's creeping, stair-stepping up. 5-minute chart looks pretty solid. Bullish order blocks are still holding there. I wonder if trading's going to slow down at this point in time until FOMC. I actually haven't emailed him before. He's answered he's actually answered from his own channel. He's like called me out on his channel and his community notes area, but he's not. I haven't emailed him yet. But I will try and I'll let you know. I'm sure he gets thousands of emails per day, but yeah, who knows? All right, so this is interesting here. This is very interesting here. So we're still stuck in this kind of like consolidation range here on the 1-minute chart and the 15-second chart. So because we're stuck here, I don't want to take any position yet until I see a firm sell off from this level. So far we've bounced off of this buy side imbalance, which has been rebalanced and then traded above. So we might use this as an inversion fair value gap here. Or if we start to plow lower, I will look to see if we have a really big movement lower from here. This would make a lot of sense for me, but since we're sharing discoveries, I suggest you have a look at the first daily fair value gap of the year on the continuous contract. The first daily fair value gap of the year. Okay, let me see that. Oh man, of the year. I'm gonna have to go back quite. Oh, I don't have a continuous contract up. Let me pull up the continuous contract on my phone. On NASDAQ continuous. Let's go to the daily chart. Driver trade says ES looking a bit cleaner than NASDAQ on the 15-minute chart. Let me go take a look at ES. ES is on a different screen for me, so I'm looking over here. Yeah, I like that level it traded to. It does look a lot cleaner, to be honest. Yeah, I agree. I think the highs up at 6,153 are in danger today. And those highs up at 6,163, actually, I feel like driver trades, I feel like those could be in danger from FOMC perspective. But again, like I see all of that liquidity waiting below. Like ES is still in its range, so it's hard to say. It's in the middle. It's like right in the middle of everything. That's what I don't like about ES right this moment. With NASDAQ, okay, so with NASDAQ on the 1-minute chart, we've traded below this short-term low here. So what I'm now going to be looking for is there evidence that, oops, is there evidence that we take this gap here and prevent, that we don't trade back up to that gap, and then if we sell off from 22,301 or even within this area, this would be effectively a bearish order block. And so we could take a high, low, higher high, lower low, and this would be treated as a bearish breaker here. So let me try and highlight this to see if we can treat this as a bearish breaker. And let me see if I can mark this here. M15 breaker. I want to see if price supports this or not. It's just a consideration. If it does support it, great. That breaker is what I'll be looking for to see if it will hold. Right now, it's still ping-ponging between this 15-minute buy-side imbalance back here and this sell-side imbalance here. Okay, so let me take a look at that daily, the first daily one back in, gosh, January of 2020. Daily fair value gap of the year. Daily fair value gap on the year. So January, this would be January 2nd of 2023, it looks like. Let's pull that across. And let's see how this looks. I'm going to look at it on my mobile phone because I can't see everything here. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Like the drop in April. Oh, wow. And the drop in August as well. That's interesting. And then it's just gone up straight from there. That's really interesting. I'd like to see. I'll have to look at previous years too, Robert, to see how that works. But that's a really nice catch there. I did not think to check that one out. So good find. Every year, the first daily fair value gap of the year seems to play a role in the narrative of the rest of the year's trading. I could see that. I'll do some back testing on that, Robert. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. Yeah, I love that theory. All right, so we busted through that potential bearish breaker, and it did not respect it. We didn't get a really marked move lower, so there's a good chance that that's not going to hold at this point in time. Let's see if we close above it, though. That's kind of key. So this area here is the breaker. I want to see if we close above it or if we continue to stay beneath that area. So let's see. I'm inclined to not trade now that we're 2 hours before FOMC. It's very possible that we can just range for the rest of this time. It could just be up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, and that's kind of annoying, right? You don't want to be trading that before FOMC. Yeah, that first presented fair value gap concept was ridiculous to see how well the algorithm refers to that. All right, so we've traded. So obviously that breaker is no longer relevant. ES is pushing up as well into a premium. We're continuing. Every sell-off here is being met with further squeeze. So it does look like everyone's getting still squeezed. So pretty much everyone who went short during that 9:30 a.m., from here, this is the highest person when somebody tried to buy into a short. So they got a nice meal, but they've all been unseated now. So there's nothing really stopping this from occurring. So I would look to see, do we support at the new day opening gap? So this purple line here, this new day opening gap, I'm seeing, do we support this here, or do we maybe trade down to the midpoint of this wick, this tail? But yeah, let's see. No trades since the morning. If I take a look, the only trades that I took were these. So I took a quick little short here and covered really quickly. And then this was the morning short, covered for 20 points. And then here I bought in a little too endeavorously, but ended up adding at the first presented fair value gap as I should have. Should have waited for that. So I'm going to be analyzing and journaling that later. And then sold out when we hit those relative equal highs. So those are the core trades today that looked cleanest to me. Obviously, we've traded up to the new day opening gap as kind of expected. It's fair value for today. And then on the larger accounts, I took a scalp earlier today from the 940 open here. And that was the bounce off of a previous day's second presented fair value gap. And after we bounced up from the first one, I took a liberty to scalp this 20 points as well. So eating quite well today. Just waiting for FOMC to see if we can get a nice big move for the afternoon. Let's see. Yeah, and another thing that I've really been using is the real-time hour charts. There is a pretty neat, like all these orange boxes here are very light. They outline the real-time hour gaps that have occurred each day. And you can kind of see when they overlap, you're oftentimes seeing a lot more ride into them. But then when you get to Monday, we left this real-time hour gap here pretty obviously there. So I don't know if we're going to reprice to this. I've marked the 0% line, 20%, 25, 50, 75, and then the 100% line is near new week opening gap. I don't think we're going to go all the way down to new week opening gap, but I think I'm curious to see if we take out these lows, or like you said, Robert, if we just pie like straight into the sky for FOMC. I would like to see a two-stage movement though, so that's why I'm thinking about eyeballing. I'm structuring this play as once we take out these relative equal lows at 2 o'clock, that maybe at 2:30 we'll start the climb upwards. I don't want to see it go any lower than 50% of this real-time hour gap though. Robert, I've started dabbling in Forex futures on AMP as well because each tick isn't worth as much as index futures. I can actually hold for longer swing trades without risking my account. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I haven't studied the bond market, and the correlation with dollar and Forex is much more pertinent than with dollar and like, NASDAQ and ES and YM. Right now, it does seem like everything's in concert. Like if I'm looking at, so I'm looking at NASDAQ. Well, this is micro NASDAQ, but I'm looking at NASDAQ's 15-minute chart versus ES. ES is still rolling. So, yeah, driver trades is, I don't know if you're still in a long or not, driver, but you've got quite a bit there. So yeah, I mean, I think ES is going to end up drawing everything higher. Now, NASDAQ, we need to see if this is holding at this sell side imbalance for my short idea to happen. Otherwise, it's just going to keep on zigzagging for the rest of the next couple hours until we hit 2 o'clock. But yeah, I don't think most folks are either probably, if they're long, they're probably trading like the Dow or ES. Dow is really interesting, and in fact, the Dow looking like it looks really nice for a potential turnaround from its 9-day sell-off, because it just reached a daily buy-side imbalance that was way in a discount. So I think it makes sense for the Dow to start to maybe make its reversal check I would like ES to also do the same, where it just doesn't take its lows and it just keeps on going. I think that would be really great for ES, but the problem is ES has been consolidating into a flag, a pennant, right? Oh no, you forgot to switch contracts. Yeah, yeah, make sure you're on MNQH. I think it's going to be far less volume on those. If you trade the old contract. Yep, so a lot of waiting around here. We anticipate that this area is going to consolidate a bit, so I wouldn't take a short. A true short. I wouldn't feel comfortable shorting until we got like below this level, 22,288. And even then, I would need to see a really drastic drop here. I think there's a lot of accumulation going on right now for a short, but maybe they get squeezed out. I don't know. Nothing's happening in the 10 to 11 a.m. They're saving it for the 2 o'clock afternoon session. Let's see what's going on in Ventus chat. Robert Mathers, I'm a failed ICT student. Nah, you're good. As long as you're learning and as long as you're having fun with it, you know? Like, I feel like that's key. For all of us traders here, you have to be having, like, so much fun doing this. Like, it's enjoyable, you know? It's really fun. It's a puzzle you get to solve every day, and you get paid for it. Like, I don't know anywhere else where I can work for, you know, a minute a day and, you know, make $1,300. Like, it's wild. I love trading. But you know, it's hard to do. It's impossible, actually. It is so hard to do when you have to focus on like actual work, and not full-time trading. So it'd be nice if I can. I'm gonna try and trade each day. Looking for little plays like this, 10, 20, 30 points here. It's more than enough to build up the account, and then while I'm at, you know, working, I probably will have to maybe I'll take a mobile trade if I for some reason have a break at that time, or maybe I'll have to just set that time aside from 9 till 11, you know. Unfortunately, those are like prime hours during the day, so you can't really tell a client like, hey, I can't meet you from 9 to 11, right? Like, it's really, really hard to. Yo, JP, what's going on, man? Market misses you. Market misses you too, man. How you been, JP? I promise I will call you this weekend. I have it written down it's on my piece of paper to call JP on the weekend, so I will for sure call you, brother. How you been? Cyber. Oh, dude, Cyber, what's up, man? Trading is the most difficult, easy thing to do. Yeah, I agree. But you have so much fun doing it, though, Cyber. Like, as long as you win more than you make bad decisions, I think it's overall also a good habit builder, because if you're making good decisions, you continue to make good decisions, then it's gonna spill over into life too. You will make better decisions overall in life too. JP, all good, taking it easy. Oh, that's cool, man. Yeah, I'll definitely lots to catch up on for sure. Man, I haven't been able to trade lately though, JP. And I think honestly, I haven't even been able to get in any of these. All good, taking it easy. The way you phrase that makes Johnny sound like liquidity. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Johnny the liquidity. Yeah, JP, are you trading personal account, or are you like still doing Top Step? Or I remember you switched over to Top Step for a while. Top Step seems to be a way like a lot of my buddies are going now too. So look at that, we're still creeping up into here. Still creeping up into. See, that's why I don't want to take any shorts at this time of day, because like we're still creeping up into this 15-minute sell side imbalance, and it's just going back and forth, seesawing. I guess if you take longs at the opens of black candles or the opens of green candles, I guess you could maybe if you're taking longs at the bottom of these. I don't know. Doesn't feel right. Doesn't feel right. You could probably scalp like 10 points at a time here, but it's definitely a scalper's kind of a market here in this little segment of time, I feel. For the power players who are holding on to ES, I salute you. ES is going to the moon. ES is at 143 now. So ES is dragging everything up. So we're probably going to end up clearing this buy side imbalance, or sorry, this sell side imbalance here. We still see that we're in that optimal trade entry area of 62 to 70% area now. We've got Tuesday's first presented fair value gap here as well. So note that we are in Tuesday's first presented fair value gap. So we could see reversal here. We could see continuation here. There's Tuesday's first presented fair value gap that we're in, and then there's a second one up above us where where this 15-minute sell side imbalance also correlates. I'm going to remove that just because we have a lot of boxes here. I'm going to get rid of optimal trade entry drill as well. So nothing there yet. What I want to do though, since we took out this low, we took out this high, I'm going to create a swing projection here, and I want to use this to identify my I want to use this to identify my let's see if I can pull these over. Where are my levels? See them on the left. Okay, there we go. So if I look at my swing projections here, depending on where we go, right? So today, if we end up clearing the high up here, I would be looking to trade up to maybe 569. If we fail to do that, then this 22114.50 lines up pretty closely with the 50% mark of the real-time hour gap. So that's something that I would consider. Let me delete this for the time being. And then I'm going to look at one other projection here. Oh, it's kind of ugly. That's a giant projection. All right, I'm going to look at one other projection here from Asia's low to the, basically it's a flout. I'm going to look to see what lines up with the flout. So we have, in this range, we have 50, 100, and then 50, 100 here. So within this range, we start to see nothing's really like standing out to me as a potential alignment of levels. Maybe this 200% projection here, but again, like, I don't know. At most this 50% level is kind of close, but there's nothing here that really screams accurate projection for today. So I'll keep that in mind later if we end up actually heading up higher. But it does look like we're heading up towards that second sell side imbalance that's up here. ES is almost reaching its top of today's range. So at 8 o'clock or 7:45 a.m. it made a high, and it's currently really reaching towards that high. Dow as well has already breached its 8 a.m. high, and NASDAQ has still yet to breach that. So that being said, we have ES, NASDAQ, which has not made a higher high than its 8 o'clock a.m. ES, which has not made a higher high than its 8 o'clock a.m. And we have the Dow, which has made a higher high. So if this starts to sell off, that's what I would consider to be, I would short NASDAQ out of the 3, and I would short it going down to here. especially if ES ends up taking its 8 a.m. high and NASDAQ does not. Now, if they all end up taking it, no harm, no foul, no big deal. They're all going to be just fine. So we're now up into this Tuesday's second presentation gap. And a 15-minute sell-side imbalance as well. So I'm going to move this higher so we can, because we're past the first one here. So we're in this sell-side imbalance now, which happens to also be at a second presented fair value gap too. And then let me see what you got here. Do I let this run? Oh, nice, dude. Just let me check this out. Oh, that's a beautiful long, man. Yeah, I mean, you could probably run your stop up, buddy. Like, you could probably adjust the stop. I mean, you're closing in on London close. So as long as ES is running up, you should be fine. Once ES takes, I'd say be careful once ES takes 6147.25, that 8 a.m. high. If it takes it, then, you know, NASDAQ might have trouble there, right? That's the only thing that I'm initially thinking. Just watch it. Watch for when ES takes the high there. Yeah. Sorry, JP's pinging me in his Discord, so figure I'd just answer you here. Cool. All right. So it's still going. I mean, could be a Six Sister that needs to break its high as well. I mean, shoot, maybe you just hold it too, JP. Like, you're already like so far up, you might as well just hold it. See what happens. So this slow grind up, it looks like it bounced off of the first presented fair value gap, is into Tuesday's second presented fair value gap. So it might just keep on rolling, honestly. But that was a nice break out of the range and retest before that nice little 30-point run from there. So hard for me to take longs when we're above the equilibrium of a range before FOMC, admittedly. So hopefully if you all took longs, then great. I did not have the wherewithal to hold the entire time. Took profit a little bit too early, but that's okay. All right, so we're clearing that sell side imbalance shortly. So I wonder if they're now trying to aim for that relative equal high here. ES has now broken its 8 a.m. high. And there's no indication that we're severely selling off from there yet. So 1050. So it's clearing the end of New York session soon. I took that long thinking we would slow grind up until FOMC. Yeah, that was a smart move. Very, very nice long. So I'm interested in seeing, does it hold here or now, since 8 a.m.'s highs have been taken on ES, will that prevent NASDAQ from continuing higher as well? But if Dow and ES continue to push, then there's plenty of liquidity up there for Dow and ES to take. But it's very difficult for me to take a long into this premium at this point in time. So I'd rather look to see what major liquidity gets taken on FOMC and then continue higher. Now maybe this is one of those FOMCs that just keeps on riding higher. I haven't, that's not lost on me that could happen. Very well could happen for sure. Let me see what's going on in Ventus chat. Oh, nice. Someone was up like $3,000 on NASDAQ. Get some fire this one. Yes. Gochu's been killing it. All right, so we have a little dark candle here on the 5-minute with 3 minutes to go. So we hit the premium level there. We've rejected off of the Tuesday second presented fair value gap. So here's what I'm seeing right now. We see relative equal lows here on the 1-minute chart. So these relative equal lows, I imagine, will get taken. And then I need to see where does it go after that. So I anticipate that this gap will get taken. And then if I start to see continuation higher, along with ES and the Dow continuing higher, then that might be a place to scalp an entry. But so right now it ping pong between these Tuesday first presented fair value gaps here and this sell side imbalance on the 15-minute chart. So let me bring this back down. So let's see how this 15-minute closes. Let's see how this 5-minute closes. If we get a close that's well below this, then it may be time to think about a movement lower. If we can close below that first presented fair value gap here, I imagine we could trade back down to initial balance high or the new day opening gap at 22305. Robert Mathers, I went long at the 9:39 a.m. fair value gap. That was inside the first presented fair value gap, and Monday's first was respected. At the 9 candles, using the idea of a daily buy-side imbalance being respected as my macro. Okay, cool. Don't know if it's the same on NASDAQ, though. I'm on NQZ. Oh, wow, you're on the old contract. All right. Well, hey, as long as you're still there, I mean, you're still on the old contract, then that should be fine. All right, so we traded down into that buy-side imbalance in a premium. ES has sold off a little bit from its highs. Dow also the same. So watching this to see if there's an entry here to short. I do see that it's come down past those relative equal lows on the 1-minute chart. So I need to see if it holds here or not. Now, if it breaks Tuesday's first presented fair value gap, I would like to see if it breaks this, like, and drastically breaks this, and if it instantly pops back up. I want to see what happens there. Because this premium sell side imbalance makes sense for it to trade to and then stop at. So I'm watching to see, do we keep this going or do we start to see some weakness here? Move this back down. Okay, so still holding within that little buy-side imbalance area of the 1-minute chart. Still within the Tuesday's first presented fair value gap area. And then let's see what else we got here. So it's holding right now. It's holding in this Tuesday first presented fair value gap. We traded down into this 1-minute buy-side imbalance. There's a even more discount buy-side imbalance here. Okay, so I think that what's going to think that, oh, let me pull this down. So nice little comeback to grab that internal range liquidity. There's a chance that we continue higher from here. Curious if it ping pongs between these two, but yeah, ES still kind of like sold off after it took out those highs, and Dow has also sold off just a tiny bit. Nothing to be really concerned about right this moment. So time-wise, it is almost London close. Going into lunchtime, typically you see price aim for early morning or morning liquidity. So it'll be interesting to see where this 15-minute candle closes on NASDAQ, or on micro NASDAQ rather. I think most of the charts should be pretty much the same though. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of chilling here. Probably gonna end up if ES continues. I mean, I don't see why. Let me take a look at some other time frames on ES as well. 15-minute, 5-minute. Yeah, it's kind of just consolidating here. Now that it took that high out. What a run on ES, my goodness. That was such a good play. Driver. I wonder what ES looked like on the lower time frames, actually. I drink some water. Ugh. Oh, wow. Yeah, ES was super clean. Traded down to an old new week opening gap, and then right at 6122 was a perfectly good 2022 model. So if I bring ES over here. So if I look at this ES, this is ES on 9:30 in the morning. So ES, you have 9:30 a.m. First presented fair value gap here. 9:30, it drops down, heads lower, stops immediately at 2. A confluence of new week opening gaps and new day opening gaps. 9:47, we see displacement above, and you can basically see this buy side imbalance, institutional order flow entry drill, and that's it for the rest of the day. That was a very clean chart. Maybe I need to start trading ES. Man, definitely missed out on that. JP says dollar is running. I closed the long. Yeah, I got you there. And yeah, I think it's good to preserve some capital, right? Like it could shoot up here from now and just try to get some late longs out, but yeah, we at this point it's better to probably wait for FOMC. Driver trades, I don't even trade it, just watch it. Yeah, same. JP, I closed the long. I don't necessarily think that this pullback is like per se bearish. I mean, there was a buy side imbalance up here, and it's closing back into the first presented fair value gap on Tuesday. So I'm thinking about watching this, because sell side has been taken, sell side has been taken, sell side has been almost. We'll see if it takes it a second time, but there's been a couple of sell sides taken here on this zigzag lower, and the 15-minute chart still looks okay. Let me see what the chart over on ES looks like. ES looks like it's propulsed. It's from that little down close candle. It looks like it's still selling, or like it's being bought up as well. But that makes me wonder what's going to happen for FOMC if we're riding up like this. Maybe this ride up will enable a move lower at 2 o'clock. Not sure. But let's see. I certainly would not want to short this right this moment. I don't feel comfortable shorting it, even though everything tells me that likely it's a direction, given that we're in a premium. But going against your macro is almost never a good idea. If I'm macro bullish, I don't want to be looking for shorts necessarily, even though there's some fantastic short opportunities that we scalped this morning. But I would prefer looking for those long positions, even though I'm a better short trader. JP, I'll be honest, I haven't looked at dollar XY for a while because I've just been reading price action on NASDAQ. Very bad. Typically, dollar, I think I'll pay more attention to dollar when I start trading Forex. Okay, so important here, let me bring your attention to this. So on these lower time frames, let me get rid of executions. So on these lower time frames, I can see on the 15-second chart over to the right that we've had a high, low, high, low, high, low, higher, high. So I'm looking to see, does price come back down to the first presented fair value gap here to continue higher? Or does it come all the way down to this volume imbalance down here, perhaps? So like if I were to say enter, I don't know, like if I were to enter a micro, oh, might not give me the chance to. So this I see as a small little shift in the state of delivery. So like if I buy one right here, if I enter market buy, my stop loss would have to be below this short-term low, I think. And then take profit could be above these relative equal highs up here, and expecting that this has shifted in the benefit of continuing back to the long side. Now, I don't know if this is actually going to work, but that's just what price seems to be doing, is that it seems to be holding within this area, but maybe not. I mean, if it's, I'm just going to try this out and see. As long as it doesn't like close below the midpoint of this, it should be okay. But yeah, I would like to see if, I mean, maybe price is going to come back down once more. But I would like to see at the very least it start to clear these areas and these relative equal highs up here. Yes, there is liquidity beneath us, and it could easily drop, especially with ES dropping now, and with the Dow also dropping too. So very possible too, but For the time being, let's hold this and see. Let's see what happens here. Robert Mathers, I got a jip. It was really good to see you streaming again. If I don't see you again for a while, want to wish you a happy holidays and all the best for your trades. Just want to try and bring you prosperity. Yes, thank you. It was great seeing you too, Robert. Hopefully 2025 brings you tons of prosperity as well. It's great seeing you as always, and glad to connect again, man. Happy holidays to you and your family, and yeah, have a great holiday season. Okay, good seeing you, man. All right, I don't like that it's just chilling here, but might just take this at the rejection block up here instead. If it gives a rejection block to me. I want to see if it can trade up to this rejection block at least. There we go. We got a quick little scalp there on the 15-minute chart. The reason why I took profit there is because there is a rejection block here, and that's one of the first PD arrays that if you reach it, it has the possibility of it, well, rejecting effectively from there. Could I have held for a little bit longer and for a further upside? I do think it's probably going to reach these highs up here, considering that ES is still continuing. But with Dow, if I look at the Dow, sorry, I just got a text. Missed that. Sorry, let me take care of this real quick. Okay. Let's see. So that gave like a few more bucks. One little micro there. Show the executions there. So we entered a little bit. Oh, that's weird. I don't know why it entered there. I was hoping to enter on the down close candle, but looks like we exited 22,340. And look at, like, you know, this moved up maybe what, 3 ticks, and then it rejected from there. So when it comes to super short-term trading here, I saw you can use the lower time frames, the micro time frames, for micro shifts in structure, but you have to keep in mind what time of day are you in. Are you more prone for liquidity to be taken, and then it takes the other side's liquidity then? So you can kind of see how that exit was like perfectly at that rejection block there. So for that reason, that's what I like using the lower time frames for. I'm going to move it back to the other page so I can actually see the 15-minute chart a little bit better. Yeah, JP, that was a good exit, though. It does look like we're starting to get a little bit of retracement here as we get to 11 o'clock. So London's day of trading is over. Folks who were making money since London session, they had a manipulation, accumulation, and then distribution lower. So if you think about this, all right, so think about the London session as a guide for New York session. So we had Asia session as well, don't worry. Like, we had this kind of like stair step up, accumulation, manipulation, distribution. And now we're starting another leg towards the end. You know, at the end of the day, if you can kind of imagine that we had everybody who sold off was taking profit here. Early longs are trying to get in on this as well. This kind of think this looks to me as if maybe London close can serve as the Judas swing for a movement lower for for FOMC. Ooh, that's nice. Too late to scalp this one, but let me see something here. We traded to the sell side imbalance. Ah, that's why. So one of the there's a really nice little like pattern that I look for in a sell side imbalance. If there's price movement through the SIBI, it doesn't quite fill it, but then it fails to reach the midpoint. Oftentimes that's a really nice indication of a switch into the opposite direction. So now we've taken out sell side 3 times. Okay, so we've had once. Let's see if I can draw these out here. Oops. Once here. Second time here. Third time here. So that's 3 drives in the opposite direction. So if we start to see price juice up beyond short-term highs, I would be more inclined to say, hey, watch for this to now bounce and continue higher from here. But we're looking for that and seeing if we actually get that type of signature, right? If we don't, then it may, with ES and with the Dow has a little further to go on the 15-minute chart to get to a bullish order block. ES had no down close candles on the whole entire way up, so that's going to be a little more difficult to read. And then NASDAQ didn't really have anything here. There's a daily new day opening gap here, which we may consider, and the initial balance high that we may consider as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if it bounced here. I wouldn't be surprised if it accumulated here. So, but it makes sense for it to draw back to the new day opening gap at least. Sorry, getting some text here. Okay, so it's past the new day opening gap. So we're getting that sell-off that we expected or wanted in the first place. And we're almost back to that 15-minute buy-side imbalance. So if we drop below that now, it's been traded through once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, another body up. If it trades through there, we might be able to treat that as a inversion fair value gap. What is going on here? The heck? All right, one of my screens is off the screen. I can't get it back, so that kind of sucks. All right. Weird. Okay, so I think we're okay to take a short soon if we can break below this and hold. If we can break below that 15-minute sell side imbalance and hold, then I think it's fair game to consider a short. Where to? 22, maybe 2280. There we go. So I grabbed another short there real quick. Scalped that from 88 to 81. So to that relative sell side liquidity, and scalped that on the Rhythmic account. So made a nice little chunk of change there. So from here, ES has a handful of new day opening gaps that it's currently appearing at, and it reached another old level of accumulation. So the Dow, same thing. It's reaching down towards its previous areas of accumulation here. So nice little, quick little short there. I need to see what is going on with this screen here. There we go. I don't know what's going on. I couldn't get the height of my screen to show you. So quick little scalp there. I was hoping to enter around here on this 1 minute candle, but I did not get a really great entry there. So I knew I had to get out around these relative equal lows. So that's what I targeted here, is earlier relative equal lows. You could have also used this rejection block to target. Obviously, it's going much lower into taking out these relative equal lows there now. So it's gone all the way back down as we expected for it to do. We wanted that sell-off. We wanted to see that sell-off, and we want to see that sell-off as we continue as we go into FOMC. So yeah, so that rejection off of that off the new day opening gap would have been the first indication, I think. And then now we're plowing down towards Wednesday's first presented fair value gap. So at this point, this is where I would start to observe and be really careful. Will this actually sell off all the way down to those relative equal lows? I'm thinking that it will. So, but I'm not willing to bet a huge amount of money on that, right? Like, I want it to do so, but at this point on the 15-minute chart, this could equally just as quickly as it came down, it could equally come back up a little bit because it's reached the halfway point of this Wednesday's first presented fair value gap. Okay. So we're watching this first presented fair value gap very closely. It just took out the old buy side imbalance that was formed at 9:53 this morning. So it's in quite a bit of a discount now. And we're watching to see if we see price come back above. Let me look at ES real quick, because I think ES barely stopped at the exact same price as it did before. This low was 6131.75. This low is 6131.75. Okay, so it hasn't taken out that low yet, but it's about to. Okay, so it just took that out. It's at the confluence of a whole bunch of new day opening gaps. So I don't see why it wouldn't want to push through all that liquidity there. So now this has the first presented fair value gap tackled through. And now we're reaching back down to Monday's fair value gaps as well. What time is it? 11:19. So it's going for all the morning stops, basically. So this is typical. At the end of the session, it makes sense to go down, knock everyone out who is slow grinding up, and then depending on what it does here, I want to see, does it have the gumption to continue lower? If it doesn't hold the midpoint of this first presented fair value gap, then it will continue lower. It doesn't seem to be wanting to hold that very much. So really, really nice movement there. But let's see, does it hold this first presented fair value gap here? All right. So really nice sell-off there. So this is a good example of an SMT divergence. So let me show you on ES. So this is ES. And let me see if I can put these on the right side of the screen. So we have ES here, 15-minute chart. And you've got 8 a.m. to 10:45 On the Dow, on the right, you have 8 a.m. till 10:45, right? And then here, you've got 8 a.m., like roughly, like this high, roughly 7 o'clock. You've got 8 a.m. to 10:45. So you can kind of see how you've got, and let me pull up that trading view screen once more. So you can kind of see how you have divergence between the NASDAQ on the left, ES on the right, and YM on the right, and how you can kind of see how drastic NASDAQ's drop has been. So it's the weaker of the two. So we short the weaker of the two, generally, when we see that sort of interaction there. And that's what an SMT divergence looks like. We are talking about that earlier, right? So I would want to short NASDAQ if we saw that, and we end up seeing it. So took a quick scalp there. And it is likely going to start to reach towards, gosh. So this is the Wednesday's second presentation gap right now that we're in. So this little gap down here, that's Wednesday's second presentation gap. This gap here is Monday's second presentation gap. So confluence there makes sense. There's a little bit of a stopping point. We need to see, does it reach the midpoint of Wednesday's first presentation gap and hold, or does it fail from there to continue aiming for what? This low down here is sell side liquidity, as is the low right beneath it here. Initial balance low, effectively. So, again, we're so close to 2 p.m. that I wouldn't want to be trading at this time anyways. People are going to get wicked out if you're continuing to trade at this time. So it's going to be a little bit more difficult when we get there. So, I wouldn't mind if it left these open for FOMC to take, and then eventually came down into the real-time hour gap that we mentioned at the beginning of the stream that I wanted price to come down to, so that the latter half of the day we can continue expanding higher. I think if we do get an expansion higher at 2:30 p.m. or 2:45 p.m., I'm going to take a position and leave it for the rest of the daily range. Aiming for the prior day's high up here, right? Aiming for this high, these relative equal high buy side liquidity we haven't touched since the morning, and these highs up here as well. So I would expect FOMC to see a nice big spike at least into the 25% range down here. That's what I'm looking for, because that's where sell side liquidity would be trapped and taken. So given that it's 11:24, you may want to close your charts and get some food. You may want to, make sure you can go cook some food, get something to eat, go get some Wendy's, maybe pound some tortas. Yeah, because the ES also has a buy side imbalance from the morning that on the 15-minute chart that we haven't touched yet. So I imagine if it's gonna kind of like hold its either hold here or grind lower. The Dow doesn't really have anything to reach for. It's just getting pulled down by ES and NASDAQ. So NASDAQ trades up to the middle of this Wednesday's first presentation gap. So I want to see, does it hold here, or does it start to switch up and continue higher? Because these gaps are very, very, very strong. And if we start to trade back above this Wednesday first presented fair value gap, it might start its trek all the way back up again. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to read with this drastic of a move right now, because there's plenty of liquidity beneath us and plenty of liquidity above us. So I need FOMC to tell me, hey, in that first 2 to 2:30 p.m. range, which liquidity is being taken first, and then I will determine a opposite area of liquidity that we can then aim for. JP, not bad for FOMC day, much more movement than expected. Yeah, exactly. I agree. I was not expecting to be able to make a nice little bag here, but I've been blessed to add a few more, a little bit more to my Apex accounts. What's the total haul if I stop trading here? Plus, so good, like 1,700 day today. So, nice little honest day's work. I think, what's my, I think I generate like, oh, what's my actual, it's always funny, like calculating my actual pay per day. So I generate about 670, 650, 670 some dollars per day working at the W-2 job. And in one day, close to earned 3 times my pay. So, yeah, not to say it's just great being on PTO. I'm blessed that I have a kind of day to be able to do that, you know. Just really, really blessed. I'm glad to be able to be here with everyone here. I'm glad to be here with everyone too. It's so much fun to get back into this. I have so much fun doing this. All right, so we're seeing a little bit of movement back above. It's holding above that first presentation gap. Wednesday's first presentation gap. So my thoughts are that ES leaves its 15-minute gap open for a while, and then we start to, dare I say, I see us start to trade higher. That was a nice return back to the first presentation gap. Let me show you what that looks like. So on Wednesday, this is our first presentation gap, right? So over here, the 1 minute chart went above it, traded back below it. So it went above it, traded back below it, and instant rebalance straight back up. So that would have been a nice little, had you gotten in there, 76, 86, 96, 20 points there. So it's little things like that that would be really nice to look at. And I think it'll go up to new day opening gap at least. So another 304. Wow. Yeah. Oh, didn't take very long for it to. So it's squeezing all those late shorts. It's like constricting all of those late shorts here. On the 5-minute chart, we see a little bit of movement back up into this sell side imbalance. So at this point, you want to take a look. What does the fib chart say from this swing high to swing low? And does it end up, let's give it range here. So it's above equilibrium here. We've gotten to an internal range liquidity here. We did not trade to any 5-minute internal range liquidity, but this time we are at a optimal trade entry. We're at a new day opening gap. So if it sold off from here, that might be a possibility. Could it reach a little bit higher into some of our range here? Yes, absolutely. And could it even bust open this area here? Yes, 100% it could, right? So it's likely, in my opinion, it's more than likely to range though, because look at what's happening here. So we have this high taken, and then it's not taken again here. And then we have this low not taken both here and then also here. So it's constricting. You can kind of see that we're starting to see a constriction here as we get closer and closer to what? 2 o'clock, right? So you're seeing stuff like this begin to occur as we get closer and closer to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, which is when the Fed statement is happening. Where is it? 1300. So 1400. Let's make this lighter. Let's make this dotted line. Oh, that's too light. And let's make this like a black dotted line there so we can say, hey, FOMC 2 p.m., right? And let's do top, left, center, top, center, there we go. Cool. So that liner there, FOMC is happening at 2 p.m. That's where these all end up constricting to. So let's see if we continue this sort of constriction up until FOMC and then go from there, right? So that's kind of what you're waiting on now. You don't expect any of these to be taken before FOMC happens, and generally, not all the time, but generally it's a two-stage delivery where at 2 o'clock, if we are bullish, we would expect FOMC to take all of this liquidity out below us and then start to look for a point in time around 2:30. Let me put that here too. So say around here. FOMC second stage, roughly 2:30, 2:45-ish. Sometimes it's later, but not often. Oh, can I not take that? What happened? Okay. Maybe I can do that. That's a little bit better. Yeah, vertical will be there then. Yeah, so you can kind of see now, like, if we scroll over a bit, on the 5-minute chart, you'll be able to see around here, that's when FOMC will begin. You'll see some wild price action then. And then second stage around 2:45, so 2:30, 2:45, around that time frame, you'll be able to see if there's any additional movement there. And if it just keeps on going and going and going and going, that's possible too. Maybe you just miss out. Maybe you choose a pullback to try to get in in hopes that it doesn't pull you all the way back. So lots of things. So notice this jump from the new day opening gap now. So it's bounced off of the new day opening gap. See? So we can kind of see this little range it made here, and it's still constricting around here a little bit, but if we start to see it continue to head higher, then I think that it may aim for these relative equal highs up here near the Tuesday's first presented gap. Might just aim for this bearish order block with this Tuesday first presented gap too. But you can kind of see it's holding dearly to that new day opening gap there. So it's holding very closely to that. So maybe it's only gonna just create more liquidity, while we wait. So you kind of just have to wait. At this hour, I wouldn't take any more trades. If you are taking trades, you're probably gambling a little bit. Let's see. Profited about a couple hundred in the personal account, so minus fees, probably like 170. So all in all, very, very good day, very fun day. Copy Trader didn't screw me this time. It's actually, done a good job of not providing ghost orders today. So that was kind of nice. And yeah, I mean, yeah, so far so good. I mean, we just have to, at this point, it's 11:35. You might as well just go get lunch and kind of just hang tight. We'll see if this constricts as we expect it to, and then just watch at 2 o'clock. Look for whatever side is being taken first. Try to wait it out, and then around 2:30 or 2:45, look for evidence that it is made its trek higher. You could get stopped out, yes. If you haven't traded FOMC, just don't trade it. Like, that's my first advice. Just watch it and see how it behaves during FOMC, so that you can get a sense of like, hey, what's gonna happen? You know, like how does it happen, right? Yeah. And now we wait. Appreciate the likes, everyone. Thank you very much. Helps the channel, of course, but yeah. Glad to have you all here. Any questions? Any questions on like some of the theory that we've talked through earlier, some of the things that we've looked at? Get rid of that so we can see a little bit more. Sell side imbalance, buy side imbalance. Specifically, and one key thing here is notice how this traded up to the most premium sell side imbalance internal range before it sold off. Notice how this traded down to the most discount buy side imbalance. Wicked down, but still kept above it, right? So kind of key there. And look at where the closes on these candles are too. Tuesday's first presented fair value gap, it closed right there. It traded up a little bit into there, but it closed right within that gap. So because we have so many areas of influence here, we want to see FOMC rip those all out and just take out everything and then reverse. That's the real big play. That's the biggest play for the rest of the day that I'm hoping to be able to capture. Oops. My other laptop. Kind of subside. Okay. See what we got here. I have to monitor my work laptop too because I'm waiting to get placed onto another client, which unfortunately, YF Otter, did I load up 100 create Tesla? Sorry, Otter, I'm live streaming. They're saying something about Tesla. Did I miss a crazy day on Tesla? Oh, it's 484. Oh, sad. I don't know, man. Should I buy more Tesla? Somebody's saying like I should load up 100K into Tesla. That would have been a smart move. Is anyone here in Tesla? Tesla's been going on a tear. I'm afraid a rate cut will. So what we're also thinking is that if there's a rate cut announced today, that all stocks are going to absolutely tear open. It's going to be an absolute wild time. Maybe thinking about trading options, maybe, but yeah, I don't know if anyone else is in trading those or not, but nothing happening here so far. Let's reset the chart view. See a little bit more on that. Wow, Tesla's up 1% today. So we've got about 2 hours and 20 minutes until FOMC. I do not expect anything else but returns to internal range liquidity within this time frame. Kind of like, anticipate these blue lines to be followed relatively closely. I like the sell side liquidity quite a bit. I like this as a draw for FOMC to begin with, but to be fair, you also want to keep an eye on this area here and Wednesday's first presented gap. If it comes down to here, sometimes it can wick all the way down. It just depends. So yeah, if we end up where is this? The heck? What's going on here? Come on. Merrill Lynch has a really trashy UI. They always try to shield their products first and foremost versus letting the user get to where they want to be. So for the 401k stuff, I'm not a big fan. Not a big fan of Merrill Lynch. Tesla. Oh man. I keep selling. Let me put this in the chat too. I keep selling. So Tesla is super overweight in my portfolio. I don't know. Hold it YOLO in the 401 Roth IRAs and the IRAs. It's YOLO Tesla. Maybe I should do that. Maybe that's what I should do, is buy more Tesla in my IRAs. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. Let me get some more water here. So yeah, you can so notice how everything's constricting here. This is where a lot of people are going to get chopped out. So you can see how tight it's gotten as we get closer and closer to FOMC. It's creeping up a little bit, but this is not, you might get some spike ups, but almost instantly I imagine you'll get spike downs too. So just hold off on trading till after 2 o'clock if you're going to scalp, 2:30 if you're going to look for the actual expansion position today. Looking at the daily charts and the weekly charts, let's see. Weekly, we've already expanded quite a bit. Daily, we reached for... So it looks like we reached for the previous day's new day opening gap, and we failed to get there. So my guess, and it makes sense why we're right around new day opening gap today's, right around where we started, right? So imagine your day starts, trade lower, trades higher, trades lower again, trades higher, and starts to coalesce around this new day opening gap. This is where equilibrium is for the day. So I anticipate it staying around there until FOMC. But I like the target of the new day opening gap, yesterday's new day opening gap and yesterday's high. I really like those as targets around here and prior day's high. If FOMC takes those first, I don't necessarily want to be taking a short position. nose tickle. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, so I think it's gonna be what we'll probably do is take a little bit of a break before trading FOMC. If I am going to be trading FOMC, I'm likely going to be using relatively low size or using a evaluation account, perhaps. That's a lot of times very fun to trade an evaluation account during FOMC because you can pass those in a day. That's only if you have like extra capital though. He's gonna say no rate cut, but Otter and Johnny can refinance their house for 3%. Ooh, look at that rejection from the first presented fair value gap back down to the new day opening gap. Now, watch this. It's not going to be a very long-lived gap. It's primarily meant to trap people, as trappy as possible in this. It might go below new day opening gap, but it's going to come back up just as quickly. Mm-mm-mm. 6.6. Yeah, people are talking about their rates that they bought houses on. 6.69 hertz. That's why I gotta trade. I gotta make my mortgage payments. Okay, what else we got going on today? A nice little trade back down to probably IB high here and maybe a new day opening gap. I would not be trading right now. I would try to get beep loop 2.25%, asshole. Yeah, I feel bad for people who are buying houses now. Yeah, I really don't see people selling their homes with this low of a refi rate. All right, look at that. Look at that. Didn't I just say that they're gonna come up and spike it back up just like we said? So straight down to new day opening gap, and then immediate spike back up, right? So, but look at the precision on these concepts. So, for folks that really don't care for ICT, that's fine. But I've used a lot of ICT stuff and it hasn't really clicked until recently. It's still clicking. Don't get me wrong. I get rusty when I have to work all day and I don't get to trade at all. But seeing how price reacts at these different levels, it's hard to say that there's nothing to his concepts. Like, I have seen enough to be a believer. But I have plenty of friends that trade using book maps, trade using EMAs, and it's all the same. Just leads to good risk management, good plays, good decisions. So, like we mentioned, we expect price to ping pong around here a little bit. So we'll continue to just watch. Oops. All right. All right, so looks like it's still pushing up though. Let me see what ES and let's take a look and see what ES and the Dow are doing. So ES and Dow actually are pushing up already, kind of like a pre-push up. They're making work. They're making workouts happen. Dow's kind of just dicking around actually, but ES is actually pushing up quite a bit. So I wonder if ES is actually going to push this completely out of the ballpark. Because if ES, okay, so let's take a look at ES actually. This is fascinating. I'm going to pull ES's chart over here. So ES, you can see, okay, so let's chart ES a little bit here. Let me make this a little bit larger so you can see. We're gonna chart ES here, okay? We're gonna show all the juicy liquidity that's around here. So first up, that's our first area of liquidity. So that's all-time high, relative high, buy-side liquidity. Then we got this. Oops, wrong one. I get it. Another relative equal high buy-side liquidity. And then we got another one over here too, up here. There's so much liquidity above us and below us, it's just kind of annoying. But, I mean, shoot, if it busts open, this thing is going to aim for Monday's new day opening gap. I think that's Monday's, yeah. Monday to Tuesday. So, sorry, Tuesday's new day opening gap, effectively. Monday's is down here, where the new week opened. So those are all of our buy-side liquidities, and you can kind of see there's other old new day opening gaps as well. I don't know why this is showing, though. Hold up, I gotta fix this. Why is it showing so many? This is messed up. Ah, that's why. Okay, I thought that looked odd. Okay, there we go. That should be cleaner. All right, let's try that again. There we go. Much cleaner, much cleaner, much cleaner. Okay, so you got all-time highs here. You got, actually, that's not all-time high. That's just regular high. This up here, that is all-time high. Buy side liquidity. So let's rename this one. This is just relative equal high. So you have so much liquidity up here. This is the prior week's high up here too. So you want to, you'll have that on your charts up here anyways, but Yeah, prior week's high is up here. Gosh, there's so much liquidity down here too. Prior week's low down here, prior day's low, relative equal lows down here as well. And then even some stuff way back here too. So that's why I don't like ES. I want it to take one of these sides first, and it doesn't look like it's going to have the juice to take this lower stuff out before. So that being said, we see this low got taken out there. These lows got taken out by these lows. So maybe this ES now has no room to head back lower. This, we would like to see this remain open, this buy side imbalance here. We want to see that remain a breakaway gap. And we traded down to this buy side imbalance and are starting to head upwards. So I don't know. Maybe we come down and take this low out, spike down, and then come and jack up all of this real-time hour liquidity. Could be. Could be, yeah. I could see that happening, actually. So ES is a really interesting chart. Yeah. I think I would prefer seeing one of the liquidities taken out first, but never know, you know. Never know, never know. Oh, nice. Now we have I got another house, so now we got water. Got water in that house. Nice. Let's see, what is Tesla doing? Tesla's at 484, just chilling. Everything's ripping. Wow. All right. Well, what would be interesting is if FOMC rips us down, like heavily down. Oh boy, what's going on now? Getting a little bit of teasers here. So kind of see how we dipped just below the new day opening gap. All these big runs are almost instantly sold off or bought. And we're still hovering around new day opening gap. So we're probably going to still do that for some time. It's 11:59 now, folks. I think we probably want to break for lunch. If everyone is going to take some lunch, I would recommend you do it now. Get some food. Come back. Maybe like 1:30, 1:40, we'll get prepared for FOMC and see what we can chart out for that. See what happens, you know. See what gets created, what liquidity gets created and rated at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock's run can run for quite some time, so don't expect it to reverse within 2 o'clock's time frame. Oftentimes it's at 2:20 or 2:30 that it actually reverses. And actually, let me make this 2:30 instead. Yeah. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna leave this open here. And I think what we're gonna do is I need to bring a big old note. Let's bring a new notepad here. Off to lunch. p.m. Eastern to 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern. Back around 15. Okay, let's do Control plus. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pop this up here. I hope this is visible. I can leave the charts up, but I want to make sure this is large enough so that people can see it on the stream. And maybe that maybe I can like make it a little less big here. Put the box within 5-minute chart here. That way it's not messing with any of the candlesticks. Okay, great. So I think everybody, you should probably go get some lunch now. We had a great morning trading. Lots of really good moves. On a day that, you know, otherwise was a little difficult if you didn't catch that sell-off before market open. Like not many people would have if you were actually, you know, paying attention. You might have, but yeah, let's go get some lunch, and I'll be back around like maybe 1:10, 1:15, and then we'll get ready, figure out what liquidity can be taken for FOMC, and then see if we can catch a trade on it, right? So, yeah, I think that's it, folks. I'm gonna go on mute for now, so you don't have to hear any of this stuff that's going on over here. But yeah, we'll be back around 1:10, 1:15. So, have a great one. We'll see you shortly. Ooh. All right, we are back, folks. So we got 2 people. Let's see what's going on here. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. All right, so it looks like we exactly honed in kind of like we expected here. A little bit more straighter than we thought. So I'm gonna get rid of these because these are just purely for show. We already know it's happening, so let's get rid of these. Okay. I'm gonna blow my nose real quick. All right, I missed a whole lot of nothing. Driver trades. Driver trades. Are you DI or which one are you on Inventus? Looks like we kept around the new day opening gap as expected. And now we are still around new day opening gap. I am going to be probably waiting for the 2:30 p.m. move. Want to see how big of a move this first move looks like. See a lot of liquidity waiting here on the sell side here for NASDAQ, micro NASDAQ. A lot of more even areas of liquidity up here. Overall, if we take a look at our daily overall, sorry, our weekly, let's take a look at the weekly overall. So this is our weekly chart. We want this to potentially remain open, but it could, I'd be surprised, but it could go all the way down here, I suppose. But in general, I want this week to still remain green overall. We've already driven down into this daily gap here. So if we're gonna move up, we gotta move down first. So let's roll. Let's see what we got. I'm gonna keep that zoomed out a little bit so we can see all the liquidity on the 15-minute chart. And we can see the FOMC coming in. Oh, all right. That's you. Good. Awesome. DI, are you trading NASDAQ mostly? Or are you trading like ES as well? And any other stuff? Forgot to check how oil is doing. Dollar billions. I'm actually going to get rid of some of these earlier buy-side imbalances now that we've traded to them. I know that they're there. Liquidity is also there too. I just want a clearer screen here. So you can see we're still referring back to the one at the one earlier. Even now, we're still referring to that as well. So I think I can probably get rid of this too, as I don't really need it anymore. It's there, but I know it's going to be referred to. I want a clean chart for for the upcoming mayhem that's about to come. I will be curious to see if this relative equal low gets attacked. We've already wicked through that area a couple of times. Wicked down, wicked down, wicked down. And we've come down into this area's midpoint, traveled down past this area's midpoint, traveled down into this area's midpoint. So, yeah, if we see price go all the way down here, I'd look to see if this prior week's high can serve as a mitigation block. Bounce off of that, maybe come down to the 25% mark, but no more than the 50% mark. I can definitely see us taking that 25% area because there's relative equal lows down here. So you can kind of see these two here, right? Yeah, so we're gonna keep this. We're gonna keep this high level on the 15-minute, so we can still see what we're doing. Johnny Lee Lin, you didn't burn that? Oh shoot, I don't have my lights on. Whoops. Let me turn some lights on. Totally forgot. Ah ha ha ha. Let's see if I got some lights on now. What do you mean I didn't burn that? Hold on, let me see what. I gotta open this in browser to see what you're actually looking at. Oh, the Apex hoodie. I see what you mean. Oh man, that's great. No, I didn't burn it yet. It's free, dude. That's the I'm Chinese. I want the best value, and the best value is free. Oh yeah, FTT merch would be great. Oh, DI is the one that put that in there. I just saw you. Oh, that's cool. You watch ES and watch ES only trade NASDAQ. Yeah, I watch YM as well. I mean, when they're trading in concert, it's fantastic. Like you can much better tell like what's going on when everything's trading together. Like today, from a candle close perspective, things are trading really nicely. ES has got ES is kind of weird. It's like right in the middle, but the Dow, I like the Dow. I like that that it has the ability to maybe take out its lows, but not go too much lower, hopefully. Cyber says driver trades trade ES, homie. Dude, yeah, I mean, ES sounds pretty good. RJ says he's got a t-shirt, used it at the ranch as a target practice. DI says lately the divergence has been brutal. I like when one follows the other. Yeah, well, divergence is great. That's when you get the SMT divergence, like we had earlier this morning with NASDAQ, when I was mentioning that, hey, if NASDAQ doesn't reach higher than its 8 a.m. high, 7 a.m. high, it's gonna fall. So again, we're kind of just waiting, watching. We are below midnight open and below 8:30 a.m. open. That's what these green dotted lines here. This is the midnight open here, and then this green dotted line here is the 8:30 a.m. open. So I watch those to see where we are in the market for the day, because if I want the rest of the day to expand, I want to get price below those levels. I want to see, like, hey, if we're below those levels and we have a bullish bias, we want to look for buy signals around that area. Could it go super far below? Yeah. Could it be that this is as far up that it goes and it just sells off the rest of the day? Absolutely. I mean, keep in mind the real-time hour chart. Like, this is the regular trading hours chart, right? You have about 25% of yesterday's real-time hour gap left above us. So maybe price trades up here first, takes this out, and then trades lower. That could be a possibility. Or maybe it trades lower first, takes a lot of this out, stays within the top quadrant, and then rises to target these areas of liquidity too. So those are the two situations that we're looking at from a real-time hour chart perspective. And that's what I'm going to be seeking out, is which direction does it go for first? That's really what I want to see. And actually, that means I need to write out my NASDAQ. Actually, I'm going to leave NASDAQ open. DI says Midnight Open has some crazy statistics. I was looking into that a few weeks ago. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just a good visual to have, you know? Like, it's a price that can't hide. It's there every time. Let me see what Hooked on PA said. Dude is getting cooked today. Who is this guy? Damn good trading. Oh my gosh, this guy got wrecked today. That's so bad. I'm sure he's fine other days, but jeez. Okay, well, that happens. Sometimes we have a bad day. But nevertheless, we are going to see what happens at 2 o'clock. About 27 minutes away from the best time of day. And I'm going to shut off my work laptop because I don't need it anymore. Unless I want to buy Tesla. So right now I have a fifth of another 34-inch ultra wide that I haven't been able to use yet, and I can't wait for like the stuff's supposed to come later this week. That they gave me a dead power battery, which kind of sucked, but I'm excited. I'm gonna have a whole bunch of screens fully set up so that I've got everything that I need. So I'm excited to see that. I'm excited to have both my trading view and my rhythmic on the same like on different screens, but same area, so I don't have to keep swapping between the two to trade them. But yeah, the home base is feeling a lot more like home base now. All right, so we're below new day opening gap, but as you can kind of see, we're still returning to new day opening gap. Nothing to be seen here. We wait for our chance at glory. Oh no. Looks like that day trader person live day trading with the Don. I don't even know who. Damn good trading is the so they probably just get a whole bunch of like Apex affiliate like income from Apex is my guess. I never tell anyone, like, I tell them don't trade with Apex, don't trade with anybody, just go do the free demo trading for a while. It's gonna be far better to learn. I wish I would learn on demo trading. Would have saved me a whole bunch of evaluations that I burned on Apex. Mm-mm-mm. So many different prop firms. It's hard to see which ones are lasting standing the test of time, but so far Apex and Top Step Trader are still keeping it there. I still gotta check out Tradeify and MFFU. I mean, if the leverage is there, it's so hard to beat. Like, you can put, like, even if you put like 10 grand into a cash account, you can only trade like what, 2 or 3 minis to manage risk, since you have about 6,000, 7,000 in drawdown that you're allowed before you get margin called. Like, you can't copy nearly as much as you can on prop firms. So I think prop firms are still the way to go. I think that trading a live account makes sense for, you know, everyday cash. And yeah, I think I'm gonna start to size in. I think I'm only allowed to trade like 2 or 3 micros with the increase in margin. Post FOMC, then you can trade regular contract size, but the margin increase makes it that much more difficult. You know, what's interesting is that you can still see that it's still going for internal range liquidity and then selling off. Internal range liquidity, selling off. Same, likewise around here. It's going for internal range liquidity and then going up and then being sold off. Internal range liquidity, going up, being sold off. All hovering around this area, but in general, it's spending a little bit more time beneath the new day opening gap here. But talking about the midnight open here and the 8:30 a.m. open, this midnight open, if you were looking for shorts, above midnight open was fine for shorts. Even above here, fine for shorts as well. So just another, like, all these things are additional confluences, right? Like, that's all we're really looking for. $90, 150K growth accounts. Yeah, I mean, those growth accounts, I mean, shoot. If I had time, I'd definitely be checking into those. Between MFFU and Tradeify. Those sound like really fun firms that I would like to trade. Ooh, starting to get a little selly. What's ES doing and what's NASDAQ doing? So NASDAQ is selling off a bit. ES has had trouble regaining any composure up to the buy side. And Dow, same deal. It's had trouble regaining structure. The Dow is way above its new day opening gap, though. I'm noticing that. Whereas ES also is well above its new day opening gap. And then NASDAQ, we're right beneath it. So NASDAQ in general looks like it's a little bit weaker. So if we start to see price takeout buy side, there's a good chance that we'll either keep on going or we're just gonna, you know, sell off, and then we'll have a third move, maybe around 2:45, 3 o'clock back up. So it's possible it does one of those, like, up to engineer, it goes up to engineer liquidity. Maybe it stops just short of this, comes back down to take liquidity, and then rises back up to target all of these liquidities over the course of the rest of the day. So I'm keeping my eyes out open for that, because I've seen that before as well during FOMC, where the second move looks like it's like a pronounced move, but it's actually a fake out as well. So we just wait here, chill out for a little bit. 19 minutes till the big time. Let me see what's going on with Sempo. Sempo live streaming? He is not. It's been a minute since Sempo lived. Okay, so let's get my laptop a little bit more room over here. Cool. Take a quick look at the day here. All right, so the day is red on the day for now. So this is, again, this is what I would want to see if we are planning on expanding the rest of the week. Unless we already hit Monday, high of week, but I don't imagine that would be the case, but maybe. Okay, so NASDAQ took out one of the relative equal, or I guess short-term lows here. And ES did the same thing on its 15-minute chart, continuing lower. It's at an old new week opening gap, or new day opening gap, rather. So ES has a cluster of new day opening gaps beneath it. So my contention is that FOMC is going to slice through all of that, maybe coming back down to that 6118 area. So quite a bit, almost 20 points lower is what I'm hoping to see on ES. If we don't get that, fine. But I'll just wait to see what kind of setups occur after 2:30. And then we'll ride the wave. See if we can ride the wave for the rest of the day. 143. We got see what's going on here. So we're back at the Wednesday's first presentation gap. Nothing, like, price is not going to be around here in 15 minutes, so nothing that happens right now is of any concern. I am going to be peeking at the 15-second chart. It does move very fast during FOMC, so I'll be looking at that to see if there's any early indications of reversal when we take out key levels, basically. So let me see, where's 22,063. That's quite a bit a ways down where we open the week. So weekly opens down here. It's also where the real-time hour gap come Monday was. So this is where I still see majority. If I were, gun to my head, this is where I still see the initial draw occurring. So let's see what happens. I'm going to keep this kind of zoomed out like this, though, so you can see some of the stuff on the 15-minute chart that we're referring to, rather. So we'll keep it kind of like that so we can see the new week opening gap down here. We can see the swing grade of this real-time hour gap. Remember, this is during regular trading hours. There's a gap here that still has yet to be filled. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Okay. All right, so about 13 minutes till, we're going to start to see a lot of volatility in the seconds before. Good luck to anyone who's full porting evaluations. Should be a very fun time. All right, so we're reacting off of that first presented fair value gap. I kind of want to do something like if I were to reset this, and if I were to say set a buy limit here, can I do that? Let's see if it actually gets down there. But problem is if it goes down there, it could go even further. So I don't want to necessarily do that. It's just a fun thing to do sometimes when it's paper trading. I'm going to be looking and talking about some of the key things that I see as we continue. So not going to take a trade, but I'll let you know when I see a trade that I'm getting into. For now, we just watch. It's almost here. Maybe I should get a few maybe I should get a few Apex accounts before we get started. I wonder if they would even come up. I don't feel like disconnecting though. Yeah, I definitely don't want to disconnect before, so I can actually see what's going on. Okay, let's give it some time. It's almost here. All right, so what I'm going to be doing today is I'm going to be looking for key pieces of liquidity to be taken first, and then looking for an opposite direction movement at 230. I'll be looking for fair value gaps. I'll be looking for breakers. I'll be looking for key levels to get taken. I actually don't need this relative equal low sell side liquidity. We've touched it a couple of times now, so this one I can take away. And this one as well. We now have a fresh one down here that we're going to focus in on. And that will be our main one down here. So we're going to use the 15-minute chart to identify possible areas of turnaround. And then we will wait to actually see evidence of those turnarounds before we go long. But we are looking for longs in general. And I'm going to be ready to also do this on my performance accounts as well. But I'll wait for a little bit more of a confirmation from those. So 30 minutes, remember, that's going to be key. see over on ES. Let's make sure we have the right screens ready. So I'm going to watch ES very closely as well. All right, so a little move up before FOMC is going to make me think even more that we're going to drop, but that's okay if we don't. I imagine it would be a move up, a move down, and then back move up is what I would look for. And if my bullish bias is incorrect on a macro scale, because we're at such a high premium, and also from a daily perspective, we have this whole area to revisit as well. This, I would expect us to go no lower than 50% because there's also this balanced price range that would come into and accrue. So really 22, 125. That's the real level that I want to look for a reversal on. If we can get it, that's what I would prefer. 22,125. I don't want it to go lower than that. Technically, it could go lower, but I don't want it to. Yeah, that's roughly where I'd like to see it stay. So let's see what happens. Okay. All right, everything's set up, ready to roll. Waiting, watching the 5-minute chart as well. This 5-minute chart is going to be inconsequential for FOMC. Really, what's going to be key is the 1-second chart, 5-second chart, 15-second chart. Like, if you're going to be scalping, that's the level of scalp that you need to be taking. I'm not using huge size on this one. The first half of FOMC, very difficult to scalp, but doable. Definitely doable. I would recommend you use lower time frames if possible, but if you don't have those lower time frames, then don't trade the first half hour. That'd be like me. I'm not going to trade the first half hour. I'm going to watch and see what setups form, and then I will get into trades once we get past that point. And then I'll manage stops accordingly once it goes away from my level. All right. Oh, a few more minutes, about 6 minutes till. And we will see how things are able to perform today. See what we got in the chat. Nothing new. Okay, everyone's ready for FOMC. Are we going back to new day opening gap? I think we are. Look at the reaction off the top of Wednesday's first presented gap too, by the way. We did not trade down to the halfway point, so it could rocket. It really could. I mean, but the problem is we've made a pennant effectively. You can see this pennant here. We've made a giant pennant, so we don't know what direction it's going to go first. Let's see. Wait and see. All right, so nice little run there. I'm going to keep this in mind for later. I'll study this portion a little bit later there. I think I see some signatures here we could have potentially traded on the lower time frame perspective. So we see a market maker buy model here on the lower time frames. Could we have expected that to occur? I don't know. I really don't know if that is something that I would expect. Maybe later on, but yeah. All right. Let's see what we got here. Okay. Let me block this noise here. 3 minutes until we have FOMC announcements. If you're new to the channel, do not try and trade FOMC. This is one of the most volatile things in the market, and that is the federal funds rate announcement here. Jerome Powell, once he starts talking, is still going to be quite volatile, but this is really the key piece for today. And that's all you've got. You still have some volatility tomorrow morning as well as Friday, but it really depends on what kind of a day do we have. Do we have a huge range day today? If so, fantastic. But yeah. Okay, let's see what ES is doing as well. Pay attention to these. ES is slowly creeping upwards, so it might cause some dissonance depending on what happens with NASDAQ, but I'm not lost on the fact that this could go up and keep going up too. So very hard to see. All right, so we're seeing some really big moves now. That was a 95 to 79 wick, a 15-point wick. Okay. So lots of craziness is going to ensue in about 1 minute and 1 minute now. So we're going to see a little bit of wickiness now. Let's see how far up this first move goes. So again, don't trade it. If you haven't traded this before, do not trade this first move. Just watch. The only people that are going to be able to trade this are those that are able to read price action on a 5-second or 1-second chart, and that is not easy. Your fills are going to be pretty bad as well. So, all right, it's about 59 and 30 seconds from now. Now remember, YouTube's on a delay, so keep in mind what I mentioned. Look for the first area of liquidity that gets taken out, and then wait until the 230, around 225, 230 to start looking for setups for the opposite direction or in the same direction. 10, 9, 8, 7. I think YouTube's on like a 5-second delay, so by the time I say 5, it's probably already gone. Oh, there we go. Okay. We took out a little bit of sell side as expected. How much sell side do we take is the question. 15-second chart is still holding up quite well. So again, don't chase this. Just let it do its thing. What's the actual rate announcement? Let's see. All right, so we expected things to go lower now. Keep this in mind. We are still expecting things to go lower, but we're watching how price is reacting at Monday's first and second presentation gap. So it has a little lower to go. It reached the Monday's first presentation gap and then bounced up from there. Now, what has this left? It has left relative equal lows down here, and I imagine those are going to get taken soon. Just like what we mentioned in the morning, right? So keep an eye on those. I'll continue to watch where the liquidity comes out. 20205 will be the first area of liquidity, and then we'll start to watch the real-time hour gaps that we mentioned earlier. Okay? You want to try to scalp this, you run the risk of getting squeezed out. Okay, so there, good. We took out relative equal low there, so we're watching now. Does it want to completely reverse here, or is it going to continue to peak downwards, right? I'm not gonna trade this. I don't have the ability to. It's way too volatile and too fast for me to trade this with good conscience. So let's continue to wait. We're at the Monday first presentation gap. We've traded down to the close to that old real-time hour gap. Not quite all the way down there though. So again, watching very closely what's going on these time frames. I haven't seen a shift in market structure back to the buy side yet, though. Oh, Carson. Okay, so now we're starting to see a little pull up here. I don't trust this pull up entirely, but could be wrong. I'm gonna cycle through the 5-second time frame as well. I still don't see a major spike up yet, so I'm not convinced yet that it is ready to go. We did take out that sell side liquidity though. I think a sell here might be reasonable. So I want to see if we can head back down into those lows that we headed down into. And I want to see if we can aim for the real-time hour gap down below us. So that's what I'm aiming for right now. I did take a sell there. Stop loss will have to be... I want to see if we can break through this first presented fair value gap first. If so, then great. If not, then so be it. Very light position, though. All right, so I can move my stop loss into... I actually don't want to do that, move it too quickly yet. So it's holding at that first presented fair value gap so far quite well. So that's good, but it's also being sold into quite heavily too. So still looking for us to travel down to that 22194 level. Usually that first move is generally the same direction that you're aiming to achieve. But if this stops at the first presentation gap and is unable to close below that, so for instance, I'm looking for us to travel down here below this low. So now I can move my stop loss up here and I can aim for, what am I aiming for, right? I'm aiming for that first high of that real-time hour gap that I mentioned earlier, right? So this gap here is still the draw on liquidity that I was expecting to run. And I think that we should see a spike down towards that area soon. We did take out that low, and there we go. Nice little scalp there. Outlined it before, told you this was where the draw was, and we want to now look. So keep your eyes out now for whether or not you've got, you hit the 25% level or 50% level, or if you hit all of those levels, right? So you want to keep an eye out for these levels because you can potentially bounce at those levels. So you might get a stair step down at each of those levels, But this is what we were expecting, right? So nothing out of the ordinary. All right, so what does this real-time hour gap look like again? Remember, regular trading hours, right? This is the gap here. We were at the 25% level, so we should expect a little bit of movement around this 50% level. That's just about as far as I would like for us to see. So I'm going to go back to electronic trading hours so we can see everything. So that's on the 15-minute chart, and this is on the 5-minute chart, okay? So let's see, what else is there? So now, 206, we are likely going to stair step down. Maybe we'll have, so we're almost at that 50% mark. It's possible that we will start to slow down here. From a daily chart perspective, new week opening gap is the 22,060 level. And that is also the bottom half of this here. So I'm now looking to see, does it stair step down to the 75% mark? Does it fill in the entire real-time hour gap or regular trading hours gap, right? So at this point, I'm watching to see, do we form shifts in state of delivery? Do we start to see true shifts in delivery on the lower time frames? Because that 50% level is just about as far as I want this to go if we are going to change directions and go further, right? So I'm starting to see some accumulation here and on the lower time frames. So I'm watching this very closely to see, is it possible, is it reasonable, or is it possible or feasible for this to go up at this time right now? Like, I don't know. I'm still watching this very closely. I don't trust anything until it gets past 230, okay? But I am seeing some more accumulation here. It's just a little bit on the lower time frames. Okay, so we're at the 50% mark. Let's see if we get down to the 75% mark here. And then beyond that, we have our new week opening gap. We have the relative equal lows here. We have the 100% real-time hour gap portion here. And if it fills all that in, we've got some targets even below us. New day opening gaps, old real-time hour gaps. I don't think we're going to get all the way down there, though. I do think that we will... I would prefer not going all the way down there, but technically on the weekly chart, that is very possible. I mean, there's definitely a gap on the weekly way down near 21,600 that we could aim for. If we are very bullish, though, we would expect us to continue, but continue higher. Okay, so as we can see, we've reached down to the 75% mark and stair-stepped our way down to there, right? So at this point, we probably are going to fill the rest of that gap. I'll be perfectly frank. Since we're only 10 minutes into FOMC, there's a good chance we're going to still fill in the rest of that gap. So let's see. The 5-minute candle just closed well below the 50% mark. So time to watch this. So it stopped just shy, just a little bit past the 75% mark. We anticipate it likely is going to continue trading down to the new week opening gap at this point in time, is my thought process here. But I can't take a short at this level. There's too much risk of us having a reversal here. It could keep on going too. I don't know. But for me, I made my couple hundred with 2 micros, and that's more than I need, right? Plenty fine. And I wasn't trading size on my Apex accounts, so I'd prefer waiting at this point in time than trying to take a late short I think there's high risk with taking a late short. It could still work, just you have to make sure you wait for, you know, an internal range liquidity to get taken, perhaps. Let's see what we got. Okay. See what we got here. Yeah, if this has been helpful or fun, you know, help me out with the like, but if not, no big deal. Okay, so now I'm starting to see a little bit of a shift. Very, very slight. I don't know if it's gonna hold here, but seeing a little bit of a shift. I think we could see, if we could see one big knife down and get the rest of this liquidity out, then I think that would be ideal for longs. If we get one big rush down and just swipe all these early longs out of the picture. Lions Fit. Hey, good to see you, brother. Might be filling opening range gap of 1216. Sorry if you mentioned it, for just got on the horn. Yep, correct. That is what this orange level is. This orange level from 1216 Monday, these are the swing levels of that real-time hour gap. So we reached the 75% level. I think one final, like, really nasty drop down to get the last shorts in there, maybe to also get rid of, and let me draw a line over here so I can show you what liquidity I'm looking at. So I'm looking at this liquidity here. If I can make this the right color. All right, so I'm looking to see, does this relative equal low sell side liquidity get taken down here? All right, so that is something that I'm considering, is could we take this relative equal low sell side liquidity and then see a shift in state of delivery? That's what I'm really looking for right now. So this is a 5-minute chart. Let me kind of like put this upwards so I can see a little bit more down here. And then I probably should have copied this and placed this down about here. And this would be 100%. And that's also where new week opening gap is, but I mean, you can see that there. This is new week opening gap. So we're seeing a little stair step up. It's 214. I still don't trust it, but definitely 214. So nice little bit of profit there. All right, so one more knife down. I'd like to see us take out that 75% level and the relative equal lows that we just pointed out too. I'd like to see like a really vicious sell-off and then immediate rebalance up. And then if that's the case, then I will start looking for plausible positions. It's maybe that's it too. Maybe we just stair step up too. Who knows? Caught a nice piece of that short with a couple micros, 171. Dude, awesome DI, man. Same, yeah. That was a fantastic shorting opportunity for sure. I'm watching this very closely here to see if we go down once more. I want one more push down into this relative equal low sell side liquidity. I think once we take this, if we leave the rest of that gap open, or maybe if we take new week opening gap, trade down to the new day opening gap, is a possibility there. But I'd like to see a bullish breaker form before 12, around 230. That's what I'm really watching. For those that don't know what that is, it is a take on a large pool of liquidity. For example, the daily chart has a pool of liquidity here. And it's in yellow, but I need to make it black. So if I can make this. So that gray box, oh, you can't see this. Is that on, oh, I only did it on NASDAQ, sorry. Let me do this on micro NASDAQ too. Set the chart view. Micro NASDAQ does not have that same gap. Never mind. All right, so micro NASDAQ does not have the same daily imbalance that NASDAQ does, so we need to be careful about that. But yeah, on the real-time hour charts, things still look good. There's no really big gaps. Maybe if it's really heavy, like I can see ES and Dow have dropped quite a bit. 21,950 is another level that is possible. But it'll be good if it bases around here, but I would still like to see one big giant knife down into that relative equal low sell side liquidity. Let me take a look at, so the Fed rates, we got a 25%. Oh, good. We actually, the Fed rate previous was 4.75. We got a rate cut. So that was it. So that's good. This is what we want to see, right? All right. Let me pull this back. All right, so there's that nice little flush down. Okay, so we want to see if it wants to take this relative equal low sell side out, because this is going to trap a lot of people short here. So I imagine we start to see one more major flush down to take out that relative equal low sell side. And then once we do, that's when I'm going to start to, it would line up roughly with the time frame in which I would start to look for long opportunities for the rest of the trading day. So just keep an eye out on these. We're close to a new week opening gap. So again, let's see how this sell side liquidity plays out here. Okay. So that just generated some liquidity down below to be taken. If you're going to short, I would get out. Ooh. All right, so we're starting to see a little bit of juice here. Do I trust it? If we get above 22,135, once we get above there, I'll look for potential bullish breaker type moves. Because there is liquidity right above that area, 22,135. But it's also only 220. And we haven't taken that relative equal low sell side liquidity down here. There's a little bit up here, I guess. And there was a sell side liquidity up here as well that we did take out. So If I pull this up here, we technically did take that portion out. So I would venture to say it is close to time to keep an eye out for reversals long. I need to see how the rest of these next few minutes plays out. Okay, so watch. We need to watch this. See what happens when we take these relative equal highs out here. So on the 1 minute chart, we've taken that out. Okay, good. So now I can treat that as a potential shift in state of delivery. That's good. 222, so not quite there yet, but now I'm watching every single 1 minute candle. So on the 1 minute chart, I'm watching these candles to see, okay, well, do we treat this as a bullish breaker here and see if we come back down into this fair value gap potentially to have some surprise. All right, so let me outline this will have to be my breaker here. Let's see if we come back down to it. Okay, so I've outlined what might be a bullish breaker. If we can trade back down to it, I'll take a long. That's around 22134. Try to make sure I can get this as well. I want to see if it does return to this here. It's about 223, so it's almost time. I don't want to take an early entry here. I'm waiting for time. But we've created relative equal highs at that 25% mark, right? So, all right, so we've reached down into that breaker. And we're going to see we can now start to capture some more of this move. All right, so we're long now. And we will hope to capture a large chunk of this move upwards. We're really monitoring this now. Seeing if we can stay above this level here. And effectively, we're long 22,145. 10-point stop loss here. 12-point stop loss, sorry. So we came back down into that 1 minute bullish order block. Okay. So seeing a little bit of selling here, which is fine. It came back down into that block. We want to see price explode from here and use that 1 minute down close candle as a propulsion block effectively. Okay. So 22,134, 125. We don't want price to get below 123 effectively. So we are about at 230. So it might have been a little bit early here, but we want to see if price can stay above 123. That's our goal. If price can do that, then that would be ideal. But we want to see it not close anywhere below 22,100 at lowest. Otherwise, it's going to keep on going down. Okay, so we got stopped out of that one. That's fine. So a little bit early on this one, so perhaps it's got some room further to go to take out lower sell side liquidity here. So a little early on that one. So this sell side liquidity is next. I was thinking that we would get a little bit more of a shot up, but unfortunately, that's not the case. So we wait. It's almost 2:30. So looks like they took out that sell side and are now aiming towards that new week opening gap. So we've taken out that old relative equal low sell side here now. And looks like we've got back to new week opening gap. So we're right where the week started now. We've covered the entire real-time hour gap. So remains to be seen, do we continue lower here? We are within a relatively balanced price range. So if we go well below all of this and sell off completely, then we are likely to continue. So ES has taken out all of its sell side liquidity. It's gone past a old new week opening gap and is currently on its way down to another new week opening gap. And if this 1 minute candle closes well, it might be just what we want. If we can see another, so this would be, let's see if I can get this over here. That's what we would have to get over if we want to see price head higher. We'd have to make sure we can get over that jump there. Okay, so we've taken out that relative equal lows. We now have the opportunity here to see, do we indeed spike above? Oops, was this on a 5-minute chart? We held below, took out those relative equal lows here, both of them. And we're at that breaker level. So let's see if we trade above that level, then we can take a move higher from here. But if we can't, and we just reject from there, then that's another story as well. All right, what else we got going on here? So it looks like it's not going to hold. Well, it needs to trade above that level if we're going to have a shot at it trading any higher. It's now taken out sell side twice. So depending on if it decides to continue and take out sell side once more, or if it's just going to start ripping upwards. Let's see if we can clear 22,163 first. If you can clear 22,163, then you have clearance to take a retest at 22,160. And then let's see, what does the chart end up looking like here? So it rejected off of that level there. And we need to see, does price choose to stay above or decide to sell off? Does not look very strong here. So it's failed to reach that level again. So let's see. Does it continue lower at this point in time? All right, so prices had a difficult time getting back above this area, so we needed to get above that area if we're going to have any shot at going long. Otherwise, it's just going to keep on going in the direction it's going, you know? The 2:36 p.m. Let's see. We are back above new week opening gaps, so it looks like we bounced off of that here. So let's see what happens if we end up still creeping down past the new week opening gap, because then we're looking at the Dow. So the Dow has continued its ride lower, almost reaching some weekly levels here. Let me see. Dow has a weekly buy-side imbalance that it's going into. So it depends on what happens around here. We'll have to see. And then ES also has a old new week opening gap and volume imbalance around 6,070 that it may want to head towards. But right now it does not look very strong here. So about 238, no indication of a reversal yet. So we might not get one. Let's remove this because it sold off from there. So next area of liquidity, I mean, it's already taken 2036. So let's wait and see if ES takes out the open here at 26,069.50. I want to see if it takes that open out, because both ES and the Dow have weekly levels that they're approaching, and then same on the daily as well. So I like this if this can hold. So we just made a higher low. So let's see if we can follow that up with a move above 22,134. Shorts there made a ton of money. So now we need to see, is there room for any movement higher today? About 2:40 p.m. So there's about 1 hour and 20 minutes left. So these longs are having a very difficult time here. On the daily chart, ES has come down into a daily volume imbalance. So we do see that. There's another one beneath it though, so I'm really curious if it's going to reach for that or not. Weekly one. Down here. And if ES does reach for that, it's going to drag everything down too. It almost reached the weekly volume imbalance there, but let's see if Dow drops it down too. So it looks like the selling's going to continue a bit. We'll see if we don't get more than a delayed two-stage or if we continue selling off. So back to new week opening gap now. And the key thing here is, do we head down even further down towards like 21,943 at this point in time? Because we're not seeing any major relief areas here. New week opening gaps holding a little bit, but not by much. So I definitely see some profit taking here. Those are those quick little spikes there that are buying market. And nothing's really happening here. Yeah, we're usually at a point where we start to see a market move in the opposite direction, but let's see if we get it from 3 o'clock or if we just keep on bleeding out. So we have a new day opening gap beneath us we can target. And we just took out that, almost took out that short-term low that was formed earlier. ES is still kind of creeping down. And where can NQ go? Maybe 22,011. Hmm. And it's surged well below that. Wow. All right, so it is going for the real-time hour lows at 21,941, I would say. Need to see though, ES has reached a weekly level. So I don't know if it's going to continue going any further, but 60, 63, 60, 53, that area itself is pretty firmly entrenched. There's a daily volume imbalance there, and ES has reached the middle of it now. So I'm not sure if NASDAQ is going to reach for the real-time hour lows down near 21,943 or not. But let's see. $21,000. Real-time hour 21,950 is what I'm looking for here. So let's see if we get there. Oh boy. Looks like it's just about to take maybe a little more. I don't know, man. This is taking out, it's not taking out the real-time hour short-term lows there. So if you take a look at the real-time hour chart, there's some relative equal lows down there I imagine it wants to take out. Solventless. Hey, dude. Good to see you, man. Long time no see. Hopping off for meetings, DI. Have a good one, DI. Good to see you, brother. Good hanging out. Good to see you, Solventless. Been a long time, man. How are you doing? Are you doing well? What's going on? What's going on over there, man? Are you guys still over at Simple Stacks and hanging out? I guess, yeah, let me know, Solvent. Very well, running a business in SF, trading when I have the time. Awesome, dude. San Francisco is great. That's cool, man. Yeah, I'm only. Oh no. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened there, man. It's. I'm sure they're doing well. Hopefully, Garrett's doing good. Um, yeah. Honestly, I haven't really had much time to trade, so I'm trying to trade on my off hours here, or on my PTO, paid time off hours. But yeah, I'll definitely have to catch up with you, man. It'll be good to see what you're up to. Oh, we got some green here. And looks like we are reaching above an old new day opening gap. So is this going to... Let's see how far down we end up getting. We created another relative equal low down there. See, I don't see anything that's like any indication of reversal yet, though. So we're still waiting, still watching. ES has hit its level and bounced, so that's good. The Dow has not yet taken out the liquidity I was anticipating it would on the weekly chart, but even on the daily chart, it's still heading down towards 43,448. So I imagine this has a little bit more room to scalp lower, perhaps at most. So even though you don't want to be scalping lower at the lows, right? So let's see. Do we have any plays here? So it looks like it's gonna go down still to tackle. This is an old new day opening gap, and it's gonna end up taking the real-time hour liquidity. So it just took out a new low there. It's 254, and it is close to taking out. It took out some real-time hour lows as well. ES has taken out its entire volume imbalance there. Solventless. The money isn't bad out here, but I'm only here for 2 more years and moving to the Philippines. Wow, that's wild. You'll have to let me know how that goes, man. Like, Philippines, I heard, is a pretty crazy place. Super cheap, but I've heard it's, you gotta make sure you have security around, Wow, so look at this. This has been quite a sell-off. So one direction, FOMC. At least let's see what happens around these areas around here. So it's taking out these lows as well. So next, stop we are anticipating is around here, and it's already almost at that point too. So from a weekly perspective, we are now red on the week, and we're nearing another new week opening gap, an old new week opening gap rather. So let's see how we behave around that area. Looks like it's still kind of just beating down towards that new week opening gap. So I think once we hit that new week opening gap, I imagine that we will likely be like maybe there's going to be one more spike up perhaps. We got plenty of that. Oh, that's funny. That's cool, man. Well, it's really good to see ya. Oh, look at. I was hoping that there'd be a second move up, but unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case for this FOMC. Maybe at 3 o'clock we'll get something after we take the head down to that old new week opening gap, but yeah. Yeah, I was hoping that we get some kind of a move at 2:30, but doesn't look like that's the case. Oh well. Yeah, absolutely, Solvent. Oh no, you're good, man. It's good to hang out with you. There's nothing that I see here that can be a play at this point in time. It's gone down so much. If you weren't in from earlier, then there's really not much of a play to the downside, even though it could still keep on going down. It looks like it's reaching for that new week opening gap there, but yeah, it's definitely good to see you again, man. We'll definitely catch up. I think I'll hit you up on Discord. Okay. So now we've reached the old new week opening gap. So ES is traded quite a bit down. Dow took its sell side liquidity as well. And NASDAQ has now officially traded down to its old new week opening gap as well. So we took out the entirety of that position. There's one big real-time hour gap actually beneath us still. So I'm wondering if we are able to close below this new week opening gap, then I'm thinking that's a possibility that we end up aiming for that real-time hour gap too. So there's one more that's like way down here. Let me see if I can go to real-time hours chart. So it's kind of like this area down here. If we can make it and close below this new week opening gap, then it's possible that we could take that out. But this reaching a new week opening gap is always pretty big already. So we need to see, do we see a reversal here? Do we continue to hold out Lions fit, December 16th opening range gap. Yep, exactly. All right, so we're holding at this old new week opening gap for the time being. ES is still inching lower. It took out a short-term low there just now. Dow is holding. It took out its low and is trading up a little bit now. And does look like we're still trading lower. Wow. That is wild. So we might actually end up targeting that 21,858 level. Uh, 21,855 is what I'm kind of eyeballing now. And then maybe then even more so some if it keeps on going beyond that real-time hour gap here. And this keeps on going. Wow. Let's mark those levels. So there's this level, a high here, maybe the midpoint quadrants of this as well. So these are our next levels that we could possibly go to. So let's say we get down to 805, 805, 767 perhaps. 805 would be the next level. Maybe 767, 765. Seems to still be rolling quite hard. Wow, that's so insane. So it's down at the 25% level here, maybe 767, 766 would be the next level that we might look at. So 50% of this real-time hour gap turns out to be around, let's see what this gap turns out to be. From this open to this close. And let's make this a swing. So about 773 would be the next potential there. So anyone who's going long here, I think it'll be interesting to see if we pass through or if we continue selling off here. I don't know. All right, so we bounced at the 25% level ish, around there. I think I put these at the wrong level here. This is roughly up here. Roughly up here. Here. This should be a little bit lower. There we go. All right, so we bounced off the 25% level. And it looks like that might be it. Let's see. The solvent list is scooped to 0 DTE, 225 IWM. Oh yeah, you rocked the Russell. That's awesome, dude. Lions fit 2 short trades today in the past 1 hour, 6 micros total. Thankful you deserve to catch a nice trade. Yeah, awesome, man. Yeah, at this point, I don't know if the shorts, I mean, maybe the shorts are going to continue, but it is so far down. Plus, we took out 2 relative equal lows here. So if we're going to have a shot at moving higher, if we're still bullish, then maybe this is going to be key for us to hold that 25% level. Looking at the 1 minute chart, it doesn't look like we need a little bit more for this to actually look like it's gonna head higher still. The Dow continues to go lower. I want to see if this does end up attacking any of the midpoints of the real-time hour gap down below here. Solventless, we've had such a year for bulls. I know a lot of people have been worried when we are going to get some pullbacks. Yeah, today's a pretty wild pullback, but lowering rates 25%. I guess it'd be expected to see people who are hopped on all the bullishness that was ongoing, so it was bound to get a little bit of a pullback here. Let's see how much. Okay. Tesla pulled back. Nvidia pulled back. Coinbase pulled back. Oh, Nvidia's still up, actually. It's at 132. Everything else pulled back pretty much with FOMC rates. But that's good, actually. You need stuff to pull back in order to get better equity positions. So it's about 310. Looks like there might still be some potential movement lower still. So I'm wondering if we run for that 773 now. And the midpoint of this real-time hour gap, 21,773 is what I'm looking to see. Does it go down for that? Do we hold here for some time. Given the heaviness of this, I imagine we would still see some further movement lower. And if so, then that would be the next logical level to travel towards, is that 21,773. And if we do end up going down that way, it's going to be pretty fast, I imagine. They'll move towards that level fairly quickly. Okay. So we want to see a movement down towards that 773 level very quickly, maybe retracement up to 21816, but movement down there would be my next target. And we should take that out maybe down to 770, but 50% there would make a lot of sense. And we're seeing some buys come in here. It's good. You want to see wicks like that. Because that means there's more people getting out of their position shorts. And we want to see a really vast, quick move down into that 2773 area. A lot of wicks here, so be careful. If you're entering, you need to increase your stops quite a bit if you're entering now. Because you can have some pretty massive wicks. They're very unforthcoming. Unforgiving, rather. So a lot of these movement lowers are going to be really jagged, right? Let's see. Do you have volume indicators on your chart? No, I don't. I have got to pull back that slingshot in order for it to launch. Yes, I agree. If we break these lows, it's going to drop like a rock. No chance to get in and out. It's going to move fast if it goes down. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's taking pretty much everything out here. And it's stopping everything out as well. Very jagged movement, though. If it's going to take this out, I imagine it's going to take out 21,731 as well. But, I mean, that's wishful thinking, I suppose, but... $773 first. Let's get there. $773.25. So we're seeing a lot of buys come in now. Yeah, I think that if we don't make it down below 773, then that might be the reversal there. But it does look like there are buys coming in, and you know, there's more green candles than before, I guess, would be the case. So if we can't hold here, then that's going to be a little bit of a problem for anyone who's like still aiming for those lower levels, right? Now, I still do think, I don't know why they wouldn't aim for those lower levels. It doesn't seem like, it seems like it would make sense for us to, you know, track and just drop down there. So I still am looking to see 773 get hit, maybe 770. And maybe even further than that, but 773 would make sense. And then should go from 773. If we don't get a response there, then we ought to potentially start seeing some growth and movement back. So you can kind of see how that's pretty much stopping everyone who's short late out before moving lower. It keeps on stopping everyone out who moves lower, stops everyone out that moves lower, and then continues its pace. Very, very jagged. Very jagged. 730, I think, does make sense. But, yeah, you see how jagged this movement is, though? It's very, very fickle. It's still moving in that direction, just it's wicking everyone out. So multiple passes over the same levels, right? So we should see 773 taken soon. Unless we see some more spikes up. So we're seeing a little bit more consolidation here. So it'd be interesting if it doesn't take 773 out and starts to spike upwards. That would be an interesting thing to watch out for too. It does look like there's a lot more buying now here though. So I think shorts need to be on a bit more of a tight leash. Prices using the smoke of FOMC to fill up the old gaps, especially voids or magnets. Yep, I would agree. So that probably just squeezed out a lot of late shorts, I imagine. And maybe if we start to see a push here, I don't see the same thing on, maybe a little bit on ES and Dow. Let's see. I do see a little bit, but I don't know if I can trust that movement yet. 321. So these wicks have been going pretty crazy. You can see on the 15-minute chart, there's been nothing but black candles the entire way down with some major wicks here and there. On the 1-minute chart, we do see some semblances of some key levels getting hit, and then this is the first time we start to see a shift in delivery. So we've taken out lows here. We've just barely reached below the 25% level of that real-time hour. Let me get rid of this one here. That real-time hour gap down here. So it's still TBD if it's ready to rise higher yet. We need to see some actual movement. Okay. So we continue. So any movement up looks like it's being sold into fairly heavily. I don't really see... Let me look a little bit further to the left to see if there's anything else key here. I mean, it's pretty much it's in a zone where it's been balanced price range already. So this whole area has been relatively well balanced. And there is a little bit of a liquidity void down here, just like Lions Fit you mentioned. Up 60% on IWM. Can we bounce? Oh, nice. Did you enter calls on that, Solvent? Catching that falling knife like a carny. Oh, man. Yep, definitely a falling knife here. But if it bases here, then that might be a possibility where we can take a look and see. But yeah, that's just a nasty wick up to get some late shorts out. Nothing, it's getting closer to feeling like it might reverse, but we need to see some really big institutional move. Yep. We've all been there. Today was one of those days for me, thinking that we would get a reverse and not closing out of my position quickly enough. Oh, there it is. Okay, so there's the midpoint there. So it dropped, got a lot of those late shorts out, and then dropped. So what's left? 21,730. Maybe 21,731-ish. That was brutal. That was like a 80 to 60 point stop out for most folks. 730. So 730 is our next stop on the way down. Let's see if it goes straight there or if we get kind of like a jigsaw, like, you know, up and down. But it does look like it's reaching down towards that area. So if it's going to rush through this next, it might rush through it very, very quickly. Oh, there we go. So there's 730 is the next level that it's stair-stepped through. And then what remains? What else we got here then? If we get through that level, 21,688.75 would be the absolute last level that I have. And then there's a nice liquidity void down past the prior week's low at 21,625. So I was able to scalp a little bit of that, but definitely got stopped out a couple of times there. I am only in scalping mode right now. But it is moving quite a bit. Yeah, solventless says incoming. Yep, so here's the next levels that I see. So this area here, if I can make a box here, let's say this area here would be our next target after we reach and breach 21,688.50. So 21,688.50 is the next target on the way down. And it does kind of seem like I mean, there's probably going to be a green spike at some point here. Well, right as I say that. Just because they need something to stop out some of the late shorts here to balance the market efficiently. There is a possibility it just runs, but it's stair-stepped at each one of these levels, except for 772. That once it came back up, it just blasted through this, and there's a good chance that it's going to also blast through to the 21,689 level as well. But very hard to try to catch all of these here, because you never know. It's what, 330? So I imagine it's going to run for that prior week low, 21,618, at this point in the game. So nice little run up. You want to see those nice little green run ups to stop people out. Very juicy there. Very juicy. There's a sell side imbalance at 21,778. So we're looking at the 1 minute chart. There's a sell side imbalance here. That could be rebalanced too. Let's see. Let's see if it reaches up there or not. But doesn't look like we will. Oh, maybe. Let's see. This seems to be wanting to target that If it can close here, there's another new day opening gap that just kind of that it hung out with. Okay, so sell side candle came down to a new day opening gap on micro NASDAQ. It came down to a old new day opening gap on NASDAQ as well. Here. And now it's bouncing off of that. I imagine with 32 minutes left, we probably are going to end up cratering towards this area here. I think it's possible, but it's hard to look for a spot to be able to enter on these when there's so little room left to go. So this new day opening gap's holding pretty well. $688's our next. And it's gonna hit through 688. Right there. Low is 21,689.75. It's now 687. All right, so we've hit all of our targets down below. So now what's left is this liquidity void down here. So 21,618.75 is our next potential area if it will continue to drop. So ES is dropping as well. Dow also dropping quite a bit. See what else we got here. So that level is 21,639. $21,639 is our next stop. That would be my next expected level. Maybe 21,634. Uh, 650 is going to be another level. So take some profit there. So yeah, 21,000. Well, now that it's taken that 635 level next, this is a level where it bounce a little bit, but this is going to be the core draw down here. 21,618, 21,618, and 21,575. Lions Fit, sorry, I gave NQ numbers earlier, not micro NASDAQ. I chart NASDAQ on TradingView and trade on micro NASDAQ. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, NASDAQ is what I use as well on my other screens. It's roughly the same, no big deal. So now we're reaching straight towards that liquidity void, and we should hit that in a moment. So 21,617 should be the next draw. And that should be effectively what we can see as taking some profit there. So now we've hit that draw. Good. And that's really the draw. I think that's, I mean, if we go much lower, it could go to the halfway point here. Looks like it's tanking through this. And it could also go down to the top here. After that point in time, though, I don't see any other reasonable low here. I think that that is going to be, I want to say that's going to be the lowest that we have, but I mean, let's see. All right, so we bounced up from that level. Let's see if we continue to sell off from here. It's a pretty brutal sell-off here. Tesla's down 10%. So we're having a lot of sell-off there. I might actually start to leg into some equity. So, yep, nice little bounce there. We kind of expected that. So on the 1 minute time frame chart, we can see we're starting to actually go even further below that now. And given that we're at 338, you have to be careful because there is shorts have been winning all day. So during the last hour, either it's going to continue spiking down or it's going to spike viciously upwards when people are taking all their profits. So you want to be careful. Around this area is roughly where the last point in time where I would expect us to travel to, potentially 21,530 being the new week opening gap. Oops. Okay. All right, so 21,530 has been taken, and 21,500, the midpoint of that new week opening gap, has also been taken. So we reached an old new week opening gap, and we're still going lower. So, goodness. And there's still 20 minutes left in the day. So that was quite a overreach of that previous new week opening gap there. At this point, where did I put my 1 minute chart? Oh no, where is it? There it is. Okay, so here we're at 40 minutes away. We've reached an old new week opening gap. That was a draw. If we go any lower, there's this area of liquidity as well, where it's not been balanced out. So it's possible we still have some more to go. If it's going to aim for the next pool of liquidity, then it's gonna end up aiming for the low further down. Oops. Now it's holding here quite well at this old new week opening gap. Now there's about 342 right now. So the question is it done? And has it completed its move lower at this time? 3:42 p.m. That type of wick movement upwards does seem to lead me to believe it potentially could be it, but the selling pressure was still the selling in general was still quite strong. So it's holding at that new week opening gap though. But do you feel like it's confident enough to buy into this, right? Is the question. I don't know if I would feel comfortable buying into this level of pressure downwards, but maybe. It does seem like at end of day, we would expect some folks to start to buy their way back, right? So Tesla's down about 9.6%. Coinbase down 2.78. So a lot of people are probably going to be selling into this. And yeah, it's a pretty big sell-off, but it's exactly the weekly buy-side imbalance that we wanted to see us trade down to. And this level right here is exactly the level where we would like to see price to start to react from and head higher. I think that would be perfect, because if we take a look at the weekly chart, we see that this imbalance we were talking about earlier, we traded down to it exactly. So I think that it's possible that this is exactly what we needed for us to head higher. Now, if we go too much lower, like for instance, if this candle goes all the way through and rebalances this, then I think this will be treated as a new short-term low. This is a new short-term high, and we'll have to see how price reacts to that following. Wow. Look at that. Look at that rip. All right, so we've traded to that new week opening gap. And that was a nice little spot to stop on the weekly chart. So I would not be surprised if we started trading upwards from here. Um, yeah, I mean, at this point, we want to see what happens probably tomorrow, but yeah, it's really tough to if you. I mean, at this point, we're just watching to see how does this day close. Do we close higher? Do we close absolutely nuts of a day today? Yeah, nothing more else really to say. We'll probably just reopen our charts tomorrow. Was glad to get in most of our trades early today on the live account. So, um, yeah, I think right now any entries are pretty much hunted pretty heavily here. She's getting even nastier today for sure. Yeah, agreed. So now we're back in that area where we had liquidity void. So we can once we trade through the top of this, we can determine to see is that going to now maintain as a balanced price range. That would be what I would consider looking for next. Lots and lots of wicks here, though. Absolutely brutal. Oops, looks like I missed some chats here. Yeah. I think that's really all we got. There's not really much else to be taken here. I mean, I'm assuming that profit taking is going to be done for the most part here. Let's see. Pretty much seems like it's mostly profit taking now. Um, so we've traded back up through that 620 level and into that old. There's an old new week. Oh, actually, that's probably an old line from my side. So 627. This looks like most people are taking some profit here. Let's see where this goes. Buy the dip. Insert name here. Buy the dip. Dip keeps dipping. What if the dip keeps dipping, though? Yeah. I think, though, for tomorrow, it might be worthwhile taking a look at longs, though. I mean, even overnight might be worthwhile, judging by the behavior here. Now that we've got all the way down through all this liquidity that had been waiting, there's still some further down, but not like to the extent of what we saw here. Right now, the week we've got, so with this FOMC week, if we take a look at the weekly chart, we can now see that we've traded down through this bullish order block here, and we've actually risen from there. So there is room for us to continue higher. I do think that it's possible from here on out to seek for higher prices. From a weekly perspective, it makes sense for us to trade lower here. That's what we mentioned at the beginning of the stream, that potentially we could trade lower and into this bullish order block here, into a portion of, let me show you this. So into a portion of this imbalance. And we ended up trading straight through the middle of that and instantly rejected and bounced higher. So overnight, I'm anticipating that overnight session is going to be a good one to continue, have price continue higher. So that's the direction that I'm going to consider movement higher into. And I think that the potential for us moving higher from here is far greater. Now, if I take a look at this weekly chart, do I think that does this scream bearish? Not really. Like, this still doesn't scream bearishness. This is a natural retracement into areas where there were previous liquidity of like people who are short here. They got underwater. They're here and they're buying again. So what we want to see is the coming days continue. So in this line here, we want to see the coming days continue to bounce off of that area here. We want to see it to continue to bounce off of here and fill in this area of liquidity in the coming couple of days. We dropped through this volume imbalance and bounced off of that. We have this weekly. This is a weekly sell side imbalance, or buy side imbalance, sorry. And we only traded to half of it and are likely to close above it. So I like that. I like that a lot. We left this daily fair value gap open down here. So if it stays that way, I would prefer for it to stay that way. But if it does stay that way, I think I'll look for longs moving forward. So let's see. We're back down into this 5-minute fair value gap. Now, if it just completely dies here, that's a different story. If it just plummets. How's the trade? I have not seen in a while. Insert name here. Yeah, it was good. It was a tough day today because I was looking for longs and we never got them. So I got done with most of my trading earlier today, and then I started scalping a little bit. Wasn't super successful with that, unfortunately. So I'll have to go back and look for some better plays in the coming days. But yeah, overall pretty good. We're gonna continue to build up the personal account so we can continue trading that. And yeah, I mean, it's almost 4 o'clock now, so yeah, I think that's gonna be it for today. Pretty tough day trading FOMC. If we kind of take a look at overall, we see this movement at FOMC. We see this slight movement above, which failed, and then we came back up and failed again, and then it continued failing. So it was a one direction FOMC. So oftentimes when we see that and we're expecting bullish prices, then, you know, we need to pan out, zoom out, and look for signatures like this where we've seen displacement, and then we continue to displace, right? So that's kind of what the day looked like, a nice 500 some point day. It looks like it's going to continue down further even. I do not know how far it's planning to go, but I mean, so far there's one 15-minute candle here. It's about to close, and on the 5-minute chart, it's not really holding up super well. So I think that tomorrow is going to be an interesting day. It's a huge range day, so probably tomorrow we avoid the morning session. There's a lot of question marks as to what direction the market's going to go now. But I think, I mean, maybe it continues during Asia, you know? It does seem like it's selling off. Even that little bit of a reprieve is still being sold into. So, very interesting here. So about 1 minute left before close. And it's still going lower. Wow. That is absolutely nuts. Absolutely crazy day. All right, well, I think that's going to be it. It's 4 o'clock. It looks like it's going to continue creeping down. Trade at your own expense, but this was good to get back online. I don't know if I'll have time tomorrow. I'm probably, if I'm going to trade, I'll probably just be offline, but it was fun coming back and live trading again. I'm going to be away for much of the holiday season, away from the trading setups, so unfortunately, this was, something that I'll have to be able to do. Maybe I'll be able to do this a little bit more once I'm a little more free, but for the time being, unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to head on. Wow, look at how much it completely gave back that move there. That's insane. So we'll have to look for to target maybe in the new week opening gap 21253, 2125, 250, around that level. I imagine that would be where where we might end up eventually. So yeah, I'd imagine Asia is going to continue the week, since potentially that's where we end up. I mean, I know that there's a couple of other economic events coming up. 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. We've got unemployment claims, and then core PCE tomorrow as well. Sorry, on Friday we got core PCE. So two major events still, but if our expansion is truly to the sell side, then well, we probably will see Asia continue forward. So if we can actually bounce, then I don't know if this is going to bounce at all, because it seems like it's continuing to sell, and it's probably triggering more sells, honestly. On the way down, there's a high likelihood that all of this selling is triggering people to continue to sell, especially those that went and bought. Like, if anyone bought this whole thing, they just got ripped into. So I don't know. Maybe it's going to continue lower over Asia session, but yeah, trade at your own expense. It's going to be a tough one. I don't even know what. I mean, if we're going to expand lower, then I don't have any other, like, this daily buy side imbalance is here. Like, we are even trading down to here already. So this blue line that I've got here, this is a daily buy side imbalance that we're in right now. And 21,270 is the low end of it. Actually, no, sorry. 21,274 is the low end of it on NASDAQ. And it does kind of look like we're hitting that. Let me see on the daily chart on here. So this is the daily imbalance on the 15-minute chart here. And we're still peaking down into there. If 21,337 so that would be the midpoint now that we're at. So if we're at the midpoint of this and it's still going, then 21,275 would be the next potential play here. And it's absolutely nuts that it's still going. I can't believe it's still going. Okay, it stopped a little bit there, but wow, what the heck? All right, well, thank you everybody. It was good seeing you all. I'm gonna close the stream for now though. It was good to get a few scalps in, and we'll thank you very much for watching, and we will catch up some more another time. I'll let you know when the next time I'm able to stream. I don't think I'll be able to stream Thursday and Friday, but if I can, I will let you know. And yeah, what an interesting low resistance liquidity run to the upside we've got now. So it's going to be a really good spot for equity. A lot of people will be hemorrhaging in their stocks now, and it'll be interesting to see what sort of play is going to come into play now, because we have a lot of liquidity above us. So depending on if we are, like, if we go to the daily, or sorry, weekly, so we're below that buy side imbalance now. We just are closing roughly at that imbalance itself. So, and keep in mind, we can see that the weekly chart, at least on this contract, had never really shown a propensity to drop below a short-term high. So in the event that we end up dropping completely below this set of lows, that's when I would start to consider, hey, maybe it's a bearish market. If we come down here and take it and continue forward, then no big deal. I see potential liquidity below us being these volume imbalance down here on the weekly chart, and on the daily chart we have we're actually below the midpoint of the 20-day IPTA range. So finding longs around this area would make a lot of sense. Technically, we're right below the midpoint of the 40-day as well, and close to the 60-day equilibrium point. So fair value would come into play around here. So that's what I'm looking for next. Corn and cattle. I moved over to trade wheat, simple and slow. Insert name. How's the trade? I've seen it pull back like this before and pull up the next session or within a week. Yep, same. Enjoy your time. The markets will be there. Thanks, insert name here. Good to see you, man. It's been a long time. So happy trading, everybody. We will catch up soon. Take care, okay? And thank you very much for watching. Appreciate the likes, and I'm so glad to see everyone here again. It's good to see some familiar faces on this stream. So thank you very much. Really good to see everyone again. So have a great evening. Happy holidays if I don't get to see you again. I wish your family great and wonderful holiday season. And yeah, we'll catch up again soon, okay? Take care.